In about 2 minutes. Thank you, everyone. I've got 9 o'clock. Let's ready to get started? All right, Greg, you want to gavel us in? Okay. We've got a great agenda today. We're going to cover a lot of awesome topics, and I'm really excited about the things that we're going to cover, because a lot of this, especially this morning, is going to lead from one thing into the next, and you're going to get a real flow for it. And then we're going to see some of that after lunch too, especially some of these presentations that are going to come as direct follow-ups from September. So from September to today, I hope you'll be able to see the threads as we move along. And I'm really excited because we all get to sit around this table with a group of people we share something in common with. And it's that desire to know more, the desire to learn today. And that's what we all get to do. We did it yesterday. We're going to do it again today. We have this opportunity to learn more, and that is fantastic. It's something that we should never pass up. So I want to thank you all for coming and wanting to know more today than you knew yesterday. With that, let's get started. Scott, would you like to come on up? And we're going to talk about PFAS first. And I'm not going to spell out what that acronym is because I don't have it memorized, but I guarantee our next presenter does. Scott, come on down, sir. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Pleasure to be meeting with you and talking to you about one of the subjects that have been taking up a lot of my time at SRS lately, per and polyfluoroalkyl substances. And if that sounds like a mouthful, it really is. And it's better known more as PFAS. You may have heard about that in the media or in online. But my name is Scott Kuhn. I am a senior environmental manager, engineer at Savannah River Nuclear Solutions. I've been with Savannah River site for about 5 years now, and it's been a very exciting time for me there. I've had a career in the environmental management area for about 40 years now, and this is about one of the more exciting periods of that time that I've had. So we're going to be going through a bit of an introduction, talk about PFAS, the what, who, when, where, and whys. what the EPA and regulatory initiatives, what EPA's been doing on PFAS, some of the things Department of Energy's doing, and what we've been doing at the Savannah River site. PFAS is one of those emerging chemicals of concern, and what that means is that it's a chemical or a group of chemicals that are not currently regulated but are becoming more and more of a concern both to the EPA, the general public, and us at SRS. So in dealing with this, we want to make sure that we're transparent with both the regulators and the public regarding the site issues surrounding PFAS. We want to be proactive in our response in anticipating regulatory actions and what we have to do to comply, and then collecting data and information for thorough evaluation responses to PFAS issues at the site. Again, there's increasing national attention to per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, PFAS. Now, you might have heard of these things known as forever chemicals. That is their kind of what you've heard in maybe the popular media. And we'll get into a little bit of why they're known as forever chemicals. And it's really important to understand the nature and use of these compounds to comprehend what has to be done to deal with them. All right, what are they? Again, perfluoro and polyfluoroalkyl substances, PFAS, a broad group of man-made chemicals with numerous different properties and applications. Now, the things that make these things useful to both consumers and to industry is that they're great about repelling oil and water, stains and soils, dirt. They're very chemically and thermally stable, and they reduce friction. When two things are put together with these chemicals, they tend to slide next to each other. Now, those properties are also what cause the majority of problems for the environment, and we'll get into that a little bit later. There are over 4,700 different individual PFAS chemicals, and actually the list is growing. There's various regulations that are being developed where they bring that number almost up to 12,000. So these chemicals are a broad group of chemicals that are structurally similar, but can have diverse properties and usefulness. The two that are studied most are also the most toxic. Perfluorooctanoic acid, PFOA, and perfluorooctane sulfonic acid, PFOS. And these two are the ones that most regulatory issues are surrounding, these two particular chemicals. I did put up on the screen the structures of those materials. Again, they're very, very similar. Unless you're a chemist or an engineer like myself, the structures don't really mean much to people, but I provided those of the PFAS and the PFOA. Now, this is what's important. Where are they used, or who uses them? Basically, everybody. They are used in carpeting, carpet cleaning products, food packaging, furnishings, cosmetics, outdoor gear, clothing, adhesives and sealants, protective coatings, non-stick cookware. If you've had Teflon cookware in the past, that's mainly PFAS chemicals. Car seats, children's car seats, anything that has stain resistance or materials like where you apply it yourself or it comes manufactured, which Scotchgard, that is PFAS material. And then most notably also firefighting foam. Now, you know, firefighting foam is used in all the major airports for airline fires. It's heavily used in the military, and it's been used at SRS, and we'll get to that in a bit. Now, when were they used? They've been in use since the 30s. They were discovered by DuPont. The first one that came out was Teflon. So anything you've got that has Teflon in it, you've got PFAS in it. That came out in commercial in 1945. In the 50s, 3M started manufacturing PFAS. In the 60s, 3M and the Navy began research on aqueous film-forming foam, firefighting foam. And in 67, the Navy actually patented AFFF. It wasn't until the 70s that the first studies showed that PFAS could be found in human blood and fish. And it was, again, until the 1990s, the late 1990s, when EPA first issued their alert on the potential dangers of PFAS. By 2000, the American Chemical Society indicated PFOS, was widespread in the environment and can bioaccumulate in various organisms. By 2002, 3M ceased production of PFAS, and in 2015, DuPont stopped making PFOA. Those two chemicals are no longer made, but we're still living with the legacy of those two particular chemicals. And then most recently, in 2022, 3M announced it will discontinue manufacturing of all fluoropolymers, fluorinated fluids, and PFAS-based additive products by the end of 2025. Now, no other manufacturers have followed suit yet, but given the pressure by the public and the regulatory agencies, we don't think they will be that far behind. Now, these products, again, as I indicated, are used in pretty much everything. Anything that is needed to have water resistance, water repellents, oil repellents, lubricants, they're used ubiquitously around both commercially and industrially. You can find them in the white, any of you who are familiar with piping tape, the white pipe tape that we use for plumbing, that's PFAS, that's Teflon, it's PFAS material. So, or pipe dope, it's used everywhere. So again, just because we stopped the manufacturing of it, or a certain company stopped manufacturing, we still have the legacy of the stuff that's already there. Where do we find them? And this is probably, I got this from South Carolina DHEC's website. It's probably the best diagram I've found that shows where these things are. And as you can see, they're pretty much everywhere. You can see up in the top left corner, in firefighting foam, they're used in industrial processes, as I indicated. Consumer goods, they're in consumer goods. If you've ever had a pizza delivered or gone and picked it up at the local pizzeria, and you've noticed the box has a coating on it and is not absorbing any of the oils from the pizza, at least a good pizza, that's because of the PFAS coating that's on the pizza box. It's been found in McDonald's wrappings for their hamburgers. Again, it's because of those great properties that it has for repelling oil that it was used in a lot of different things. So they're in consumer goods and in our households. So what happens with that, when we throw those things away, they wind up in the landfills or in the wastewater that we generate from our sewer, from our toilets and showers and such. That waste goes to the landfill or to the wastewater treatment plant, and it gets pretty much passed through because the things that make these things so useful makes them very hard to break down and destroy. They do not biodegrade very easily, and if they do, it takes a very long time. And unless you have a chemical or a thermal way of destroying them, they don't get destroyed in the products that you're generating. So they go into the landfill. Anything that might be in the water goes into the wastewater treatment plants. So then from the wastewater treatment plants, the material just passes through the plants, winds up in the receiving water for that wastewater treatment plant. Sludge that is typically generated by a wastewater treatment plant. In some places, that material is made into biosolids, which are then put onto farms. The PFAS are in the biosolids, and it gets into the crops and into the ground and into the groundwater that is at the farm. From the landfill, again, the material does break down slowly, or it may just be eroded. That winds up potentially into the leachate generated by the landfills, which is the bottom water that the rain percolates through the garbage. It produces a liquid called leachate that all carries the PFAS material with it. That leachate is typically treated in either an on-site or an off-site wastewater plant, and again, it passes through that plant and goes into the receiving water. Again, the wastewater treatment plant discharges to lakes and rivers. It winds up there. And in some cases, if it's applied, as I said, as biosolids, you can leach through the ground and get into the groundwater. So again, it's a vicious cycle from everywhere from the consumer level, the industrial level, down into our environment. And because of the nature of the PFAS and it being pretty much everywhere, there's at this point no way to avoid it. Now, why do we care about this? Okay, we have this PFAS chemical in the environment, in our drinking water, in us. Why do we care? Well, because of their widespread production and use and their ability to move and persist in the environment, CDC shows that most people in the US have been exposed to some PFAS. Some peer-reviewed scientific studies have shown that exposure to certain levels of PFAS can result in reproductive effects, developmental delays or effects in children, low birth weight, accelerated puberty, bone variation, increased risk of some cancers, reduced immune system response, interference with hormonal activity in the bodies, and increased cholesterol and obesity. So again, these are still studies that are ongoing, both by EPA and the federal government are doing these studies, and these are some of the things that they have found. So what has EPA been doing about this? I know we have some EPA people here. They've developed a strategic roadmap for basically how they're going to address the PFAS issues. And it's their driver for all the regulations and regulatory actions that they're taking, and they're taking a lot currently. They've taken a whole agency approach. I mean, every aspect of EPA is addressing PFAS. We're seeing it in the solid waste area, water especially, drinking water, air. Every area is impacted by this and are going to be developing regulations and rules for how to address this. They're going to be investing in research for how to destroy PFAS, how to understand its exposure and its effect on people's health and ecological effects. And we're starting to see this now. Implement regulations for preventing PFAS from entering the air, land, and the water, and at levels that can impact human health in the environment. And then remediate. Where we've already got an issue with PFAS in the environment, how is the best to get it out of the environment so it doesn't affect, again, people's health. So this is a copy of their strategic roadmap. You can get this if you're interested on EPA's website. It's a very good document. It's very lengthy. It's an interesting read, but it does lay out their plan for dealing with PFAS. Here are some of the regulations that have come out recently. There's actually some more since I actually put this slide deck together. There have been some other things that have come out. 9 PFAS were added to the toxic release inventory chemical list, and people that use these materials and release them to the environment have to report starting in next year in July of 2024. There's been a proposal to eliminate the de minimis exemption under TRI. Now what that is that under the current regulations for toxic release inventory, if you don't use or produce or release more than 100 pounds of this material, you're exempt from reporting. Well, this proposed rule eliminates the exemption for PFAS materials where you have to report any releases on the inventory. They've started a nationwide monitoring in drinking water under what's called the Fifth Unregulated Contaminant Monitoring Rule. And that sampling is actually ongoing now. EPA has released some preliminary findings for PFAS in drinking water from the sampling that's been done so far. They've designated a proposed rule to designate certain PFAS as CERCLA hazardous substances, which will trigger reporting of any releases of these materials to the environment and then having to deal with them under CERCLA cleanups. And this was published last year, and we're still waiting for it to go final. It's still the comment period is closed, and EPA is still developing the final rule for this. Most importantly, this past March, EPA proposed national primary drinking water regulations for 6 PFAS compounds. And that was published, as I said, in March of this year. Under that rule, they would restrict PFOA to a level of 4 parts per trillion. Now, 4 parts per trillion, well, what does that mean? If you were to look at, as a comparison, 1 drop of water in 48 Olympic-sized pools, that would be a part per trillion. So you got 4 drops of PFAS in that vast quantity of water. PFAS, they also issued the 4 part per trillion level. And those numbers are significant because that is actually the limit at which current analytical methods can reach. They can't get anything below that, so they set the level at the detection level of the methods. So any laboratory that wants to get certified to do those analyses has to at least achieve those numbers. And then for the other 4 chemicals, they took a different approach. They realized the effects of those 4 are more cumulative and can be interacting with each other. So what they did was they based that upon health risk, health exposure, health risks. And that's for a PFAS called PFNA, DFPO-DA, also known as Gen X chemicals. And the thing that's interesting about the Gen X chemicals is those chemicals were actually produced as replacements for PFOA and PFAS because they were thought to be less toxic. But here now EPA is regulating those, and PFBS. So basically what you would do is you would analyze your sample for those 4 chemicals, compare that to the relative health risks of each one, and if your combined number exceeds 1, you'd be over what the limit is for those materials. So what has Department of Energy been doing? Department of Energy has been very busy in PFAS for its various sites. In response to the EPA's roadmap, DOE developed and issued its own strategic roadmap called the DOE Commitments to Action 2022 to 2025. They issued that last year, and it outlines DOE's approach for dealing with PFAS issues at their sites, with the goal of protecting human health and the environment and the workers at those sites. The roadmap is based on 4 pillars: understanding the effect PFAS has on the environment, both of the site and of our neighboring communities, managing, protect, make sure we're implementing programs to safeguard the health and well-being of employees, the public, and the environment by reducing exposure to PFAS that may be at our sites and releases of PFAS. Advanced solutions. We're working very heavily with our national laboratories to develop research projects to see what can we do about PFAS, what good methods may be out there for destroying them, for bioremediation, for different types of remediation, so we can address any contamination that might be at our sites. And then communicate and collaborate. Again, we're engaging with regulators, the public, through meetings such as this, to explain what we're doing, and other stakeholders to ensure we're being transparent on what not only DOE is doing, but what the site is doing to address PFAS issues. Some of the initiatives that DOE has put forth. Back in 2021, the Deputy Secretary of Energy issued a policy memorandum dealing with PFAS. Discontinue use of PFAS containing firefighting foam for training. It allows only use for actual emergencies. Specific requirements for storage and disposal of PFAS containing AFFF materials. Any releases or anything we have to report up to DOE headquarters. They're working with our various offices on the various sites to address PFAS uses on the sites, historic uses, because some of these PFAS, as I indicated in an earlier slide, these go back to the 30s and 40s, and they were used extensively in the Manhattan Project, in the things going on during that, and they were used heavily because those were some of the only compounds that could resist the strong acids and other compounds that were used as part of the Manhattan Project. They've established a PFAS coordinating committee which meets bi-monthly at headquarters, and their mission is to track progress of the sites in meeting our goals and objectives as spelled out in the roadmap. And then DOE has issued several guidance documents to help the sites, such as SRS, dealing with implementation of the PFAS policy. One thing I do want to mention in regards to this, regarding the AFFF foam, SRS was very in the forefront of recognizing the issue of AFFF and the PFAS issue there. It was in 2021, actually before this memo came out, we discontinued use of the existing AFFF foam that we had, and we replaced all of it on site with non-PFAS containing foam. So SRS was actually ahead of what DOE headquarters was implementing. And we actually were very instrumental in commenting on the guidance documents DOE has proposed during the proposal phase and then finally issued. Some of the things that we're doing, we've established our own PFAS working group. I co-chair that group at SRS. It's made up of members of all the site tenants, SRNL, the national laboratories, technical people, policy people, the DOE, the various experts at the various tenant sites, so that everybody can be aware of what's going on with regards to PFAS activities at the site and can have a voice in what we're doing. So what our goal is we're researching interpretation of the various issues. As you can probably imagine, this PFAS issue is very complex. It involves a lot of what we like to call tentacles that reaches into all the environmental media, including remediation, cleanup, chemical usage on site, and what chemicals are we currently using on site that may still contain PFAS requirements. Which of those chemicals are mission critical that we really can't stop using because it's critical to what we're trying to accomplish at SRS. So we're looking at all of that with the representatives of our tenants to address these issues. As I said, we're investigating PFAS usage on site, and we'll be making recommendations to management in accordance to what the regulations say that EPA and South Carolina DHEC come out with. We'll develop advisory and tactical recommendations to DOE management on the issues and objectives, and we'll be working with regulators and stakeholders on to develop solutions to mitigate PFAS issues. Also, we've developed our own PFAS implementation plan, which lays out exactly what the site is going to do with regards to PFAS on site. And that was initially submitted to DOE headquarters last December. We've just submitted up to site management, DOE management, revision 1 of that plan, which updates some of the things we've been doing since the original plan was submitted. And again, we are leveraging the expertise that we have on site through the National Laboratory and our tenants to develop technical solutions. We are doing some sampling on site for PFAS. As part of the review that was done on historical uses of PFAS, we did determine that AFFF firefighting foam was used in our D area in 2 aspects. One is there was a firefighting training site down there where they were training our firefighters in how to use it, and so they developed a mock fire and then trained in putting the fire out with the foam. There was also a real event, a real fire down at the gas station at that area. Now, I do need to mention that the D area at SRS is a former site. There's no activities going on there. We're doing cleanup there, but this is kind of legacy material that's been done over the years. In 2022, we've sampled 65 wells down in that area, and you can see on the map here where the D area is in relation to our site. And we're as I said, we've sampled 65 wells and 10 surface water stations in the area for PFAS as part of our CERCLA remedial efforts. And we have identified some PFAS in the groundwater and in some of the surface water from that site, which is not unexpected given, again, the fact that we did use that one area for firefighting training and we did respond to a fire down there. And then right now, our current work is focusing on obtaining a complete data set to make sure we have all the information we need to come up with viable and effective remedial action on site. The one thing I do want to mention on that is, based upon our sampling, that no contaminants have left the site. They're all contained to the D area and have not been released off-site. What we're continuing to do is committed to evaluating the full nature and extent of PFAS contamination at the site and the use of PFAS materials. Again, being transparent with our activities. As you'll hear later, we have put a new chapter in the annual site environmental report that discusses PFAS. And we've also added a link to the SRS website to the DOE PFAS website so that the public has a good way to find out not only what we're doing, but what DOE itself is doing. We're continuing to comply with all laws and regulations as they're promulgated, and we're very active in following those regulations, not only from the federal EPA side, but from South Carolina DHEC as they're being issued. And then we actively interact with the Department of Energy's PFAS Coordinating Committee and our working group to implement departmental policies to address PFAS issues, the health and the environment. So in summary, I showed that the PFAS are a broad class of more than 4,700 different chemicals and that are pervasive in the environment due to long-standing use in consumer, commercial, and industrial products and applications. EPA has developed their strategic roadmap, which lays out their whole agency approach to dealing with PFAS and sets timelines by which EPA will develop the regulatory requirements and take specific actions. DOE has issued their strategic roadmap, which outlines DOE's approach to dealing with the PFAS at its sites and provides goals, objectives, timelines, and planned actions to assess and manage PFAS risk. We've developed on site at SRS our own implementation plan, which is designed to help the site implement what DOE headquarters wants us to do. And then we're continuing to monitor groundwater for PFAS and coordinate activities with South Carolina DHEC and US EPA. Any questions?
We'll start with Sade over here.
Hello, Sade Shofadia, SRS Cab. Thank you for your presentation, Scott. I was curious about if there are still companies that are actively, I know you spoke about the discontinuation of PFAS, but are there any companies that are still actively using PFAS in their products?
Well, as I said, 3M made a big announcement where they are no longer manufacturing PFAS materials starting in 2025. We've heard, and we are evaluating, we are keeping our ear to the ground to see who else is, because this could affect some of the materials we're using in our mission at SRS. So we've been actively following the 3M decision, and we're actually in discussions with 3M about what their intentions are, their time frames, et cetera. But we've heard no other companies that are discontinuing production. So there are others that are out there that's still going to be manufacturing those kind of materials. Again, there's so many different chemicals. Again, some estimates, minimum of 4,700 all the way up, I've heard, again, 12,000. So it all depends on the type of chemical, where it's used, and then what is the need, especially for DOE, in meeting its critical defense needs and mission needs.
Thank you. I have a few more questions. Curious,
Sure.
How long does it take for it to decompose?
That's the problem. It doesn't. It doesn't decompose biologically. They have no effect. Biodegradation doesn't work on it. It's persistent, it sticks around, and that's part of the problem once it gets into the environment. Now, there are other methods for destroying it, most of which are not very popular right now. The materials can be incinerated. It can go through other types of thermal degradation, but that's the only really method known that'll actually destroy it. If you can remove it from water, you can remove it from the ground, but then you've still got residuals from those processes that are used to remove it that you have to deal with, because they're not destroying the PFAS, they're only removing it. So you still have now a more concentrated form of the PFAS that you still have to do something with. And I know EPA and others are involved in a lot of research to figure out what they're going to do with that. But right now there are no methods. So again, it doesn't degrade biologically at all. And unfortunately, that is the very reason that they were produced, because they don't break down. They're very chemically resistant to breaking down. So that's why they were produced in the first place, because they're so strong, they're so resilient that it was useful in a lot of products. And then, unfortunately, once it gets into the environment, it doesn't break down there.
Can you provide examples of the EPA's PFAS interventions, or any? I know you mentioned some regulations, some policies.
Well, as I said, I mentioned some of the regulations they're doing. The biggest one that they're trying to do is the drinking water standards. That has been proposed in March to, again, establish standards for drinking water sources. So certain, like your city water systems, even some of your groundwater drinking water systems, are going to have to meet these standards at some point moving forward. Now, once the rule goes final, there will be an implementation period that the companies who provide the water have to meet in order to achieve those standards. So that is probably the biggest one that's come out right now. But EPA is working at, again, trying to get more and more information on exactly where PFASs are being used. One of the rules that come up that I wasn't able to put on the slide because it's just come up recently is that they issued a rule under the Toxic Substance Control Act where manufacturers, companies that manufacture certain PFAS compounds now have to do a retroactive look back. And I believe the time period's 12 years. They have to go back to see what PFAS they produced, how much, and who they sold it to. So this is a good effort by the EPA to try to get information on exactly where these PFAS chemicals have been used by the manufacturers and in what type of products. So we'll have a very good idea as this effort goes through to understand where the source is and where it is, and possibly what we have to do from a product standpoint to remove these from the market.
Thank you. What are the findings thus far from the SRS PFAS working group?
Excuse me?
What are the findings thus far from the SRS
we've
PFAS
been,
for the working group?
we've been working with headquarters to develop some of these guidance documents so that we know exactly what is expected of us trying to do. We're also working with the national laboratories to recommend and to support research that they might want to do on either sampling around the site, various destruction techniques, to see if there are biological ways of destroying these things. Again, we're getting started now. This is relatively new. It's only been going for the last 2 years or so. But we're making, I think, good progress in establishing, our footprint on what we want to do, what we have to do moving forward. The big thing right now is that D area where we do know we have PFAS in the groundwater and what we're going to do about it. And that's still being under development. We're still trying to understand the full nature of the PFAS release there that occurred.
Thank you. Sorry.
No, that's fine.
Okay, what is the status of the implementation plan that you guys submitted to the DOE headquarters?
Well, the DOE headquarters, the one that we submitted back in December, they had a few comments back to us, and that's what we addressed in revision 1, some of the improvement things that they think that we needed to improve upon. And then, again, some of the work that has been done in relation to D area and some of the other research that's been going on at Savannah River Nuclear National Laboratories to address the PFAS issues. So the Rev 1 has been submitted to DOE SR for review and evaluation, and as far as I know, that's where it is right now. From there, it will go up to headquarters for review. One other thing that we've been doing, we will be doing a site survey of SRS to determine again, where PFAS may have been used, and in other areas where they may have been used in firefighting applications, and really updating all the information we have on PFAS that is known on site.
Thank you. The link, I tried to go to the link on page 15, and it's not working for the DOE PFAS website.
Yeah, that's www.energy.gov, PFAS, and polyfluoroalkyl substances.
I went there. The link wasn't working.
Oh, it was broken?
Yes, sir.
Okay, they were having some problems because I had some issues with getting into it this past week, but I understand it's been repaired. So you might want to, I don't know when you tried to get on there.
Just recently.
Just recently?
Yeah, like 4 minutes.
Well, we'll try to find out where that stands.
That's actually the DOE headquarters website.
Yes.
Energy.gov is, so it's not an SRS one.
It's not the SRS one.
We'll figure that out.
Thank you.
We'll come over to
Don Colson, CAB. As I understand this, PFAS is useful because it doesn't interact with anything.
That's correct.
And you just said that it's not bioactive. So if a
correct.
human being ingests it, it's going to pass right through.
No, that's part of the problem. It does bioaccumulate as well.
It accumulates. These peer-reviewed studies, your slide says they may lead to this long laundry list of things. Do any of these studies show a causation?
No.
Or it's coincidental?
It's coincidental at this point. Again, there's a lot of research going on right now on the PFAS issues, but I don't think they've put anything, a direct causal effect, a health effect on these materials.
All right. Thank you.
John Thomas Cab. How effective is the new firefighting foam compared to the DFAS foam?
It's just as effective. We've actually had a training session on site with the new foam, and from my understanding from the fire captain, it's just as effective as the old material.
Okay, what's different about it?
It just doesn't have that PFAS material in it.
Okay.
It was as simple as that. Okay. It's a new formulation, doesn't contain the PFAS, the PFO, and the PFOS that was historically in the old firefighting foam, but it's just as effective as the old stuff.
Okay, good, thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
Oh, you're welcome.
Narendra? Yep.
Good morning. When you mentioned that you can recover this material, so how do you dispose it off?
How did what off?
The material when you recover from the water or somewhere, and how you dispose it off, the solids?
That's a very good question, and that's one of the things that we had comments on that we submitted to EPA on that. They proposed in the drinking water standards 3 technologies for removing the PFAS from the drinking water: activated carbon, ion exchange resin, and also reverse osmosis. The activated carbon and the ion exchange resins were very effective in removing it. They could achieve the 4 part per trillion levels. However, at some point, that carbon and that ion exchange resin has to be disposed of, or the material regenerated. The problem is that the regeneration technologies are, for the carbon at least, are generally thermal in nature, and there's issues about whether you'd just be driving the PFAS material out of the carbon right into the atmosphere, or going through some sort of a incinerator facility where, again, there's been questions about what other kind of products are produced when you start breaking these down in a thermal basis. Same thing with the ion exchange resin. There is really no other way of removing it from the resin or destroying it, because those 2 technologies do not remove or destroy the actual PFAS. Now, the reverse osmosis, again, does remove it again from the water. All 3 of these technologies are removal technologies, but the reverse osmosis generates what we call a reject stream, very much lower in volume, but highly concentrated in the PFAS. Now, what EPA suggested in their proposed rule is that material be treated either in a wastewater treatment plant, which again really doesn't help very much because you're not destroying it, or injected into a deep well injection system, which basically you're just taking that concentrated material and driving it several thousand feet down into the ground. Again, it's not a destructive technology. So the only known destructive technology is incineration at this point, and again, there's questions both in the public and in EPA about the safety of that, because again, you can destroy it, but are you breaking up these long chain PFAS materials into just shorter chains, which are even as toxic as the original material?
I have another follow-up question. Have you thought about using phytolysis?
Phytolysis?
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with that technology.
It's a chemical breakdown with the sun rays.
I haven't really read any research in that area. I tried to keep up on the research going on, and that's one I have not heard of.
What they have used for pesticides.
Yeah, they have used it for pesticides.
Okay.
Thank you.
Charles?
Charles Hilton Cab. I think I understand from your comments from slide 14 you've done extensive testing and you've only found it in D area.
At this point, correct.
I'm actually surprised at that.
Really?
This stuff is so widespread.
Well, again, that's part of what our plan is as part of our PFAS working group to expand that into other areas where maybe firefighting foam has been used before or where it's been stored. So that is part of our ongoing plan and is included in our implementation plan to look into other areas. We are doing that. But right now, this is what we know currently on the site.
And it's only in groundwater, not surface water thus far?
No, it's on surface water as well.
Okay, so it is going to the Savannah River.
If that water does reach the Savannah River, yeah,
The groundwater is going to reach it if
eventually.
the surface. I mean, and I'm not being critical. I realize the problem. I worked 50 years in the water industry. And this is one that it's a problem. Go back to Don's question, where do we fix it, at what cost in the drinking water? Activated carbon is the only solution in the water industry.
Correct.
Ion exchange, RO is too expensive for the
Correct.
customers to be able to use the water. So it was a
But even
wonderful
then-
chemical. It did a lot of good, but it's also now we've got a legacy chemical that we really don't know what to do.
Exactly. I don't disagree. And again, the activated carbon, again, what do you do with the carbon once it's saturated with it? Thermally treat it, dispose of it in the landfill, but then again, you're just adding to the cycle of
I
it.
remember the arsenic argument 15 years ago. We lowered it from 50 to 10. We really didn't improve the health effects by doing that. I saw one water system quadruple their water rates to get it out. For you and I, it may not be a problem. For elderly people on $700 a month incomes,
Yeah.
it's a huge problem.
Right. I mean,
So-
that's one of the things that are going to have to be addressed for the water systems to put in this technology. How is that going to affect our water bills? It's going to.
There's already a suit, I understand, a class action against the manufacturers from the water industry.
Is that right?
I think it's out there.
Okay.
Thank you for the presentation. Very interesting.
Thank you.
Greg?
Yeah, thanks, Scott, for the presentation. Very interesting. I'm Greg Murray Cab. I'm going to go along the lines of Donald and Charles on this. I'll ask it maybe slightly differently, though. I guess the question in my mind is, does it need to be addressed? Going back to your slide, what was it, number 8? And I guess these reports make me think of the medicine ads or the pharmaceutical ads I see on TV. They talk about, oh, take our pill and it reduces your risk of this particular disease by half. Well, that's impressive if the risk of the disease is 10% and you're cutting it to 5%. It's maybe less impressive if the risk of the disease is 1% and you're cutting it to 0.5%. So I was wondering in your review of these peer-reviewed articles, it says the increased risk of some cancers, and you listed 3 there. So how much did it increase the risk in
I'm
these
not
articles?
a toxicologist. I really can't speak to that. I looked at some of these reports, and I got to admit, I'm not being a toxicologist. I don't fully understand how they reach their conclusions, but I felt that the need to provide that information to the CAB, that there is studies out there that show impacts. I'm sure if you would look, you'd find similar that say there are no impacts. So it's kind of hard to say, but these are the ones that EPA is focusing on to drive their regulatory initiatives.
Okay, and hopefully I don't know if you call it an instinct or what it is on this is wrong, maybe this stuff needs to be addressed. But it seems like I'm kind of surprised based on what you've said today that we're in a whole of agency approach on this now at FDA. I mean, unless these effects are huge, like it increased the risk of kidney cancer, by 50%, I'm kind of surprised we're invested in this the way we are at this point.
And EPA is very invested in this.
Yeah, I know. So anyhow, thank you. This is very interesting because we've seen a lot of this in the media. So it's interesting to hear about it. And thank you guys for taking care of it.
Okay. Juanita?
Thank you, Juanita Campbell, CAB. Thank you for the presentation.
You're welcome.
You keep mentioning bioaccumulation, but are you looking for or have you seen any biomagnification?
In the research that I've seen, you know, I'm sure it happens because you've got one species that eats another, and it does accumulate that way. So I'm sure it happens, but I haven't focused on that personally.
Okay, and the reason why I'm asking that is because that means that it would be spreading more rapidly.
Mm-hmm.
So it might be something to look into more deeply.
Again, I think that that's something that the agencies should be looking at. You know, is there biomagnification going on? I'm just not aware of what other research that the EPA is doing at this point.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Phyllis.
Phyllis Britt, CAB. I don't really have a question, but I was going to point out to everyone who was frustrated by the link not working. If you put in energy.gov and then in the search engine put PFAS, that link comes up, and when you click on it there, it works.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
I don't know why.
Cool. All right. Candace.
Candace Cave, CAB. Just for clarity, so your team only studied D area, or did you study the entire site and you're just reporting D area?
We've been focusing on D area because that's a known, kind of a known quantity at this point. But we are, in our plans, we do plan to look at the entire site and evaluate where there may have been releases in the past, where things may have happened, go back and evaluate some of our other groundwater monitoring. We just haven't gotten to that point yet.
Okay, so it sounds like you have a priority list and you decided to start with D area because you know there might be something there.
Correct. We knew that there was a fire there. There was a use in this training facility, and we suspected because of that there may be it there, and that's what we started looking at.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from around the table? Seeing none. Scott, thank you so much.
All right, very good.
Appreciate it.
Great.
Thank you. All right, folks. I was going to wait a little bit longer, but I'm noticing some shifting in seats. Do y'all need 10 minutes? Yes. Okay. We'll take 10 minutes and then we'll come back. 10:05. I noticed him walk out. I didn't know. Let's get started. It has been 10 minutes.
And that would certainly reduce the amount of useless information.
All right. So I promised you a flow today, at least this morning. We are going to flow. And so we are going from PFAS into environmental monitoring and how they know what they know, and the report that shows how they know what they know. And we're going to start with Matt Baker and then lead into Eric Tillman.
Hey, good morning. As James said, I'm Matt Baker. I work for DOE, and I help set up and do oversight on the annual site environmental report. I'm here with Eric Doman, and he's one of the core team members for the ACER development team. And we're just going to kind of go over, like James said, how we know what we know in the environment, how we do environmental monitoring. And this is not a typo, this is the 2022 report, even though it's 2023. It does take, a year for us to compile the data that we get and put it into this long 268-page report that we put together. So, jump into it. So what is the ACER besides a nice acronym for the annual site environmental report? So the ACER is the primary document that the Department of Energy uses to explain to the public what environmentally we've performed for the previous year and what the environmental conditions are at SRS based on what we found. So they are required by the U.S. Department of Energy. And this is our main way that we provide our environmental documentation to you, the public. So we talk about our environmental program performance. We talk about site-wide environmental monitoring and surveillance effectiveness. And we also talk about our compliance status with the environmental standards and requirements that we may have from DHEC or EPA or other compliance organizations. So the first ACER was published by SRS in 1959, and which is ahead of like when the EPA was developed and other things like that. So we've been looking at the environment on site for a long time. So we have 9 chapters in this year's ACER. Typically we only have 8, but as Scott just told you all about PFAS, we felt that that was an important enough topic to warrant its own chapter this year. We don't always have a special topic chapter, but PFAS was that for this year. But really how we're going to talk about the ACER today, we're not going to go necessarily chapter by chapter, but we will talk about it in 3 basic themes. We'll talk about highlights from our environmental monitoring, from our environmental compliance, and from environmental stewardship. And if you're interested in what the individual actual titles are, or chapter titles are, we have them here in the introduction. In Chapter 1, Chapter 2 talks about our environmental management system. Chapter 3 goes into all of the environmental compliance that we perform on site. Chapter 4 talks about our non-radiological environmental monitoring program. Chapter 5 is our radiological environmental monitoring program. Chapter 6 talks about our dose assessment. 7, our groundwater management program. 8, our quality assurance. So those are the normal chapters we have, and then as I've said, this year we have 1 for PFAS. And I want to thank Scott for going first, because I did not want to get questions about PFAS. All right, so I've told you a little bit about why we do the annual site environment report, and why is it important to you, though? Well, I think Scott's presentation actually did a great job of saying why it's important to you. You talk about chemicals and things that we use on site that may have been great ideas and had great uses, but once they get into the environment, they may not be so great for us as the public. And so we want to let you guys know how what we're doing on site, the processes we do on site, how those are impacting both the environment, and if they get off-site, how they might be impacting you. So, as I said before, also is the way that we document and provide the public with what we're doing environmentally on site. We also provide it to headquarters. We send our data to some of our regulators. We send this data to DHEC. They also do a sister report, which they'll talk about next. And it gets used by other people. We present it to you guys, the Citizens Advisory Board, every year. We also get questions pretty much every year, I think, from at least several research groups wanting to know pertinent information about maybe what's happening in the groundwater or air, something that they're interested in looking at nationally. And so they take our data from site and implement that into what they're doing. So the ACER is electronically available to the public before October 1st. That's our deadline to turn this into headquarters. And the data and analysis demonstrate the safety and health of our workers on site, which is important to us, but also surrounding site, which is you, the public. And again, the last 21 reports can be found by going online. You can see here, if you go to srs.gov, kind of where you can, the flow, you can find it. But also, you should have each received a summary report. So this is not the full report. This is not the 268-page report in front of you, obviously. But in the back cover is a QR code, and you should all be able to just use your cameras for the QR code and link to this document if you want to have it available to you on your phone. And I'll pass it to Eric to go over more of the highlights.
Can y'all hear me? Am I on yet? I'm good now? Can y'all hear me? Class in session? Okay, sounds good. Well, good morning, everyone. I just want to say thank you to the CAB for having me here this morning. For those of you who don't know me, I am Eric Doman. I'm the manager of the Environmental Monitoring Program. It's been a while since I've presented at a CAB. I've presented at plenty of treat workshops with Dr. Sagewan and whatnot, but first time back in a while, so I appreciate you having me here this morning. Appreciate Scott doing an excellent presentation on PFAS, PFOS. Me and Matt did not want to handle the questions coming from you. And I thank Matt for giving an intro and overview to the ACER. And I'm going to talk about some highlights from 2022. First off, I just want to take a quick moment to introduce a newest hire of ours. Ms. Colleen Davis is in the back. She just joined us in September. She will be our new ACER project manager. I'm not sure if you remember the last full CAB in January of this past year, but Matt and Jared Wicker had presented, and Jared has since left the company. So welcome, Colleen. And I'm going to talk about, like I said, highlights, takeaways from the annual site environment report, the year of 2022. As I told Mr. Budney and Ms. Boyette, Mr. McMillan weeks ago, 2022 was really a great year for us. We had no regulatory commitment dates that were missed. All deliverables were completed on or ahead of schedule. In regards to permits, we managed all of them to ensure environmental compliance. You may ask yourself, how many permits do we have? It's actually 515 permits. It's operational and construction permits. Just think about that. That's a lot for us to keep up with. And we received no notices of violation in 2022. Just a couple highlights of missions and things that happened in 22. So we used to have SRR, Savannah River Remediation, as our liquid waste operations contractor. SRMC took over as the new liquid waste operations contractor. We also made 16 true waste shipments in 22. And that included the first shipment from K area of the downblend surplus plutonium. I actually spoke with Kerry Crawford, who's going to be presenting to y'all later on this morning. And I was interested in updates for 2023. So for 2023, there's actually been 22 shipments as of date, and that is going to increase over the next several weeks. SRTE, also known as Savannah River Tritium Enterprise, they continued making infrastructure improvements, basically that just contributes to the overall efficiency and the mission of that facility. And then most importantly, you've probably heard a lot about this in the news, basically transitioning the MOX facility, the mixed oxide fuel fabrication facility, and turning that into the SRPPF facility. We kicked that off in 2022. A couple highlights. So SRS received several awards in 2022. One of the biggest ones was receiving recognition as part of the agency-wide sustainability awards. That was specific to the mixed waste phytoremediation project. I'll talk a little bit more about that later on in the presentation. And the accelerated basin de-inventory mission, and then our lower three runs final remedial decision. And again, the phytoremediation project as well received Secretary of Energy Achievement Awards. And I'm not going to read through all of those, but just some hot topics from 2022 as far as our awards. So Matt spoke that we're going to basically approach the ACER with speaking about three main topics. That's environmental monitoring, environmental stewardship, and environmental compliance. So what's monitoring? Why do we do this? Why do we do what we do? It's how we measure the health of our environment. And it serves two purposes. It basically lets us know that we're complying with state and federal regs and permits, first and foremost. And it monitors any effects that SRS missions could have on the environment that's both on-site and off-site and including the public. It's owned by our program, the Environmental Monitoring Program. And it's really just a universal approach. All of us are responsible for the health of the environment and the impacts that the site could have on the environment and the public around us. And I'm just going to go over a couple more slides that highlight what the program does and introduces a little bit more regarding the ACER. I take a lot of pride in our program. I don't think people realize how vast the environmental monitoring program is. It covers over approximately 2,000 square miles on either side of the river. There's both the Georgia and South Carolina side. Numerous towns, cities, communities, counties that you, colleagues, live in. And we collect, when I say thousands, it's thousands. I'm about to give you a number, but we sample all types of media, more than what you just see there on the screen. Usually, annually, we collect about 10,000 plus samples of various media. So it's a very extensive monitoring program. What are these samples checked for? They're checked for non-radiological constituents such as metals, heavy metals, chemicals. Scott talked about PFAS. And then we've got radionuclide constituents that we monitor for as well. Some results of 2022. There's two. I'm going to speak to this more in just a second on the next slide. So when we're looking at environmental monitoring and we're determining dose to the public, we look at what we call the air pathway and the water pathway. We obviously have air that's submitted from the stacks facilities on site, such as their chimneys, that's the best way to say it, and then our outfalls as well at the facility. So all air contaminants released were below the permit and regulatory limits. Our RAD results for our surveillance media, all within historical levels. Our industrial stormwater outfalls, there's actually, you may ask yourself, how many of those are there? There's 33 of them. Those and our drinking water systems were compliant with all standards. Our RAD contaminants released by SRS were again below applicable standards and with the historical levels. And the surveillance results were within background controls as well. So surveillance results, I'll just mention this real quick. So environmental monitoring, you've got environmental monitoring that's sampling at the point of discharge, and then there's surveillance that's beyond the point of discharge. So we may take samples at the outfall at DWPF, but that eventually releases to one of our main 5 site tributaries or streams on site. So when we survey downstream, that would be considered surveillance. Just wanted to throw that out there. And so our surveillance media, the stuff that we sample, it's sediment, as I mentioned, our streams, our basins, and those samples, again, consistent with our background control locations and comparable with historical levels. We even, a lot of people may not be aware of this, but we collect fish on the river. We go all the way down to Savannah with our shocker boat, and we shock fish and bring that back to the lab and analyze it. We collect shrimp down there as well. The fish flesh samples result, again, consistent with historical levels. And then we actually, just this past Friday, we kicked off our first wildlife hunt. That's something that we do every fall. Usually we start that off with the wounded warrior hunt. That's actually 2 weeks from now. But we do our wildlife hunts to help control our deer, hog, vehicle collisions. Obviously, with 198,000 acres out there, and basically 80% of it being forest and swampland, we've got a lot of animals. So when we do our wildlife hunts, we monitor the animals for cesium-137 and go ahead and release those as long as it's within permanent limits to each of the hunters. And in 2022, all 319 animals that were harvested over the several weeks, those were released to the hunters, and they were very happy about that. This is one of my favorite slides. I've spoken to this several times at the tree workshop. This really shows that, and our goal here with this report is to be transparent and really show that as a site, we're doing our due diligence to, as we have our site missions that we support day in and day out, that we're doing so in a manner that protects the public and the environment. So DOE Order 458.1 tells us that over the course of the year, all releases from the site, when you look at the air and liquid pathways, that cannot exceed 100 millirem to a representative person. Representative person would actually be that person that lives on the river at the site boundary, swims in the river, eats the fish, hunts, and whatnot. And so we have an environmental dosimetry group who does modeling based upon the results that we provide them from our sampling. And if you were to compare the 100 millirem dose standard to football field, our results for 2022 would put us at the 7-inch line. So the total representative person dose was 0.18 millirem. That's 0.18% of the DOE limit, and it's a decrease from last year's 0.3 millirem. So just we take a lot of pride in that. Compliance. What does that mean? How do we meet the requirements of the laws, regulations, orders, all the rules that we're supposed to follow? Well, protection of the environment, it's like I said, it's a universal approach. It's everyone's responsibility at SRS, just not us in the environmental monitoring program. It's workers as a whole on site. And the ways that we protect the environment, we do it through regulatory compliance. As I mentioned, we had 515 permits that we have to comply with. There are several reports that we have to produce day in and day out. We have our compliance reports that we submit to federal and state agencies. Greg O'Quinn from DHEC can tell you every month we submit the discharge monitoring report, which basically summarizes our liquid emissions in regards to NIPD's compliance. We also have internal reports. For instance, every month we issue what we call the monthly RAD releases report, which summarizes the previous month's air and liquid releases on site. And then we've got external reports, such as this one right here that we're talking to. And it's to provide information to the public, the stakeholders, and number one, as I said before, maintain that transparency to y'all. And then we also, remediation. I'll talk a little bit more about that. There's cleanup that's still ongoing on site, and then just making sure that we have worker engagement, reminding everyone that our goal at the end of the day is to model excellence in environmental compliance and monitoring as a whole on site. As far as compliance summary for 2022, I kind of hit on this earlier. We maintained full compliance for the year, submitting all of our reports and documents to DHEC and/or EPA. And we didn't receive any NOVs, also known as notices of violation. As far as permitting goes, DHEC did issue a Title V air operating permit for us. That became effective April 1st of 22. I mentioned this earlier, all 33 industrial stormwater outfalls in our stormwater pollution prevention plan, they complied with plan requirements. And I'll mention, it's always good having an outside source come in and look at your program, look at how you're doing. To ensure compliance, EPA and DHEC conducted various audits, inspections, site visits on various SRS environmental programs. We also had a safety inspection at the Parpon Dam in May of 2022. As I mentioned, I was going to speak a little bit more about remediation. 85% of the site's area has been cleaned to regulatory standards. I'll mention that in regards to groundwater remediation and what we accomplished in 2022, we removed almost 12,800 pounds of VOCs, also known as volatile organic compounds, from the groundwater in Vado zone. And then that phytoremediation project that I spoke about earlier, where we received 2 rewards, that prevented over 45 curies of tritium from reaching SRS streams. And I'll mention this, the remaining contaminations that we have here on site are typically within the core of the site where the main missions happened back in the day. So these are just some big wow factor to me numbers. So in 2022, we recycled 812 metric tons of solid waste. And we met and even surpassed our federal goals in the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. You'll see that since 2008, the direct emissions have been reduced by more than 79%, and the indirect by more than 90%. A lot of people may ask, what's indirect? Indirect is basically, for instance, if we purchase power for SENG or something like that, it's actually, we purchase power or some other service from an outside facility, but it actually emits from on site. So that's what's meant by indirect. Sorry, I stumbled there. And then our fleet management goals, those were exceeded with 86% of our current fleet being light duty vehicles, being hybrid, electric, and or powered by E85 fuel. So what's stewardship? That's how we reduce our impact to operate sustainably. It's a policy of us to be a leader in excellence. That's something that I remind my group of day in and day out. Model excellence, deliver results. We have continuous improvement in research in our engineering and scientific disciplines. As I mentioned before, our recycling program, we have our pollution prevention and waste minimization, and then just safeguarding our cultural resources throughout the site and off the site. A lot of people may not know, but any time that we go to establish a new facility on site, the first thing that they do is bring in the archaeological group on site, which is basically a partnership we've got with the University of South Carolina. And the things that they found through the years is just amazing that's on display at our creation facility. We have a robust quality assurance, quality control program. You know, in 2022, no samples identified any defects in our analytical results. We had multiple, I mentioned earlier, we have multiple audits of the labs that we work with, one being our own on-site, the Environmental Bioassay Laboratory. We also have PACE and Sheely and GEL in Charleston. A couple continuous improvements. We added the radiological liquid effluent program, added a basin location to that program this year. It's been a huge process for us in my group. We moved to a new database, and when you move to a database and you got millions and millions of data files, that can be a beast. So we successfully migrated to that this year, and then we've been really trying to implement new technology, and that includes ported, what we call refrigerated samplers, flow meters with modem communication, and camera technology. I can actually text the sampler and tell it to start from home, or it can send me a text to let me know that water is starting to flow there after rainfall and then it's starting to sample. Just really cool innovation that we're implementing. And then Matt mentioned this, all of y'all should have gotten a copy of the summary report. Really, if you do not want to sit there and read the 268-page full report, it's a great, like I said, summary, because it's really like a magazine-style handout or brochure that summarizes missions, everything that we completed, you know, everything that I've talked about earlier, into a couple-page article. And actually, we're the only site within the DOE complex that does this. And in fact, you went to the, what was the workshop that you went to earlier? The ACER workshop, and they loved our ACER. So something we take a lot of pride in. Just a couple articles that you're going to read about when you do choose to read the summary. This has been a big topic, is the deactivation of Building 235F Again, I mentioned the Sustainability Award, that specifically being with the Fighter Remediation Project. A big one being that we achieved our 4,000th cleanup milestone. And then there was a well closure that saved $900,000 in taxpayer savings. So I'm not going to read over all of those, but I'm going to pass it back over to Matt real quick.
Hey, thanks. One other thing I want to point out that the summary report that Eric didn't necessarily say is on the bottom of some of these pages, we tried to put in where in the full ACER, so like where in here does this article talked about more. So if you want more in-depth information about some of these articles, which are just truly highlights of what we accomplished during the year, you should be able to find more information in some of these chapters. I'm really trying to get you guys to read the full ACER, if you can't tell. It's something we take great pride in, as Eric said. It's a large report, a huge effort throughout the course of the year, and I really want to commend Eric and his team and everybody that works on this. So again, just to kind of summarize and conclude what we've gone over, 2022 was a great year, like Eric said. SRS maintained environmental, regulatory, and DOE compliance throughout 2022. We confirmed that SRS operations remained protective of the environment and human health, and the ACER was actually issued a little bit ahead of schedule, which I know Eric always likes to point out. We sent it to headquarters early, and it was published on September 28th of this year. So thank you guys for listening to us, and we'll take any questions at this point in time.
Kim, let's start with you. I'm not going to make you put it all the way up.
Kim Ray, CAB. Thank you for your presentation. I was looking at the part where you guys said that you're monitoring a 2,000 square mile area beyond the site boundary, and you mentioned taking the shock boat down the river and testing fish and so forth, looking for different chemicals. My question is, with all the other facilities that are along the river putting out various chemicals, even if you found something, how would you know whether it's, well, I understand there might be certain chemicals that are radionuclides that only we are releasing, but if you found something else, how would you know whether it was connected to the site or connected to one of these other facilities?
It's a relatively simple process. If we were to, for instance, we've got air surveillance stations at what we call our 25-mile locations. It's basically, we have an air station. My mom couldn't believe it when I took her down there, but down at the Augusta Lock and Dam, we have an air surveillance station down there. We also have one at the Aiken Airport, and down in Screven County at the Highway 301 bridge. If we were to see, for instance, an uptick of a certain radionuclide, we'll just call it a hit, that comes back for that particular sample. First off, what we do is look at, okay, us as a site, did we have any missions that are ongoing, operations that could have contributed to this? But we have great relationships and partnerships with DHEC, with Vogel, Plant Vogel, for instance. We issue the weekly tritium report each week, and literally my group issues that every Thursday. And what we do is actually on Monday morning, we go out every Monday morning. We do a 40-mile run down the river from above us and Vogel all the way down to Screven County, and we take 6 water samples. And what we do is determine the amount of tritium in the river. And the reason that's important, and the reason I mentioned the relationship that we have with them is Vogel, for instance, when they go into a shutdown, you hear about shutdowns all the time, they'll release what they call wastewater tanks. And when they do that, I see a little uptick in the tritium. And it's nothing that's not even close to the drinking water standard. But to answer your question, to come back full circle, we basically have relationships with all the facilities here and there. We have contacts, and we can reach out to them to see, hey, okay, we didn't do anything that we're aware of on our end. Is there something going on your end? And for instance, we did that weeks ago. We noticed an uptick in the river, and they happened to be in an outage and just happened to not send the courtesy email. And it's just, we reach out to each other, so.
Okay. Charles.
No question this time, which is a little unusual. Charles Hilton, CAB. Kudos to y'all. 2022, no NOVs. You got 513, I think you said.
515.
And each one of those has multiple parameters with multiple reporting times. When you multiply those three together, it's huge.
It's huge.
And unless you've done this and had to do these things, it's pretty significant. It's easy to miss a day, be a day late. Kudos to you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. We'll come down to Sade.
Sade Shofadia, SRS CAB. And will you please describe the new comprehensive database system for the environment?
It's so we had a legacy system that was before my time. I've only been with the program for 7 years. It probably goes back about 15 years. It's what we called BDMs. We have moved to an off-the-shelf product that is more cloud-based, and it gives us more opportunities for customization in pulling our reports. When I say we run various reports, so I have program owners who, for instance, Lori's over liquid effluent program, and then Jason may be over air effluent. So they pull various reports looking at different media, different parameters, whether it be radiological or non-radiological constituents. And really we had to move to this newer system because anything that's web, IT, it eventually, there's a new version, and basically the way that our operations on site were updating, it was not going to be able to support the old legacy kind of old school database. So just not that I'm an expert on the IT side of the database. It's been crazy moving to this thing, but we've done it, and it's worked out well for us.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Greg?
Greg Murray, CAB, thank you for this. Pulling the report together is amazing, all these little details, and I really applaud you for that. I want to take sort of a big overview of this and think about how you use the ACER and the results you get and such. So I've been on the CAB now, I guess this is the 6th time I've seen this presentation, and every year it's been a good year for SRS. When's the last bad year for SRS?
Hey, it's a legit. I knew Amy might step in on that. I mean, that's a legit question. I mean, I can't say, like I said, I've been part of the program for 7 years. I can't say we've had, okay, there's going to be a year or two where we did have an NOV, and I mean, that's going to happen with 515 permits, but you'd have to go back to 80s or 90s if you're talking about a release that was unplanned or something like that had to be reported. It would go that far back. I can't think of anything off the tip. Now, since I've been in the program over the last 7 years, there has been a couple of years where we did have an NOV or two. And that, like I said, that's going to happen. But, we try our best. Like I said, just model excellence and deliver results. It's a lot to keep up with. But as far as saying a bad year, Amy?
We're kind of joking about it, but it probably was the tritium release in 1991.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, the day after Christmas. Thank you for reminding me.
Yeah.
So I guess you're seeing what I'm after here, or what I'm suggesting. This is my annual review of this, making this comment about scientific humility and stuff. Do y'all use this do y'all self-reflect on this? It's very easy, and I've said this before, and I'm sorry to say it. It's really easy to see this as a marketing piece, as much as a useful piece to figure out what's going on out at the site. So do y'all stand back and look at it and say, all right, what can we do to be better? This is what we face in the collegiate world. We're always asked to focus on our weaknesses and figure out how to improve them when we do this stuff. I'm wondering, do you all do that?
I can guarantee you this, our leadership, Mr. Budney team, not even just on the DOE level, on the SRNS level, they hold us accountable. And if we're noticing some type of trend, let's say we get 2 to 3 interviews in 1 year, that's not good. I mean, that's not acceptable. And because we work on, as I think Matt touched on this, we literally work on this for 12 months. Like we just finished up and just got this. I literally just picked up the summaries on Thursday from the print shop. And as I'm reading over each of the chapters, I mean, me as a manager of the program, I have to take in and pull all the takeaways that you're speaking of. And for us, it is, each of the program owners, it's important to have ownership and that care factor. I will say that yes, that's something that, to answer your question, that's something that we take very seriously and look at. And yes, I like to speak about the positive because that's what I want it to be, but the truth is, at the end of the day, if we have an NOV, we have to put it in ACER, and we'll mention that. I mean,
I'm going to jump in
Go
too.
ahead.
I'll say, so this is, I think, my third time doing the ACER, and I think you've asked something fairly similar. So I do want to point out this year, this is in every single ACER probably that's at least the last several years that have been published online. But if you go into like our chapter 2, our environmental goals, so our environmental management system, we talk about in table 2.1 whether we've met a goal, whether we haven't met an environmental goal, whether we're on target or not on target with where we're at. So even within the chapters, while we may give highlights and highlight some of the better things, we know that there's still always room for improvement on site, right? And we definitely look at that. Not only do we talk about that within the ACER, I mean, we sit and we have, we'll, as soon as this CAB meeting is done, I think Colleen is already scheduling our next, ACER meeting so we can discuss how we're not just moving forward better with this document and how we present the data to the public, but also, talking with the individual program owners on how we can make sure that we're seeing improvements in the programs and then relaying that information to you guys. So we're always striving for improvement in what we do, but we have had some good years the last several years.
I mean, I very much appreciate that, and I think what you guys do is great. I guess that when you bring up goals, what that makes me think of is, are the goals aggressive enough? If you have a standard and everybody passes it, then maybe the goals or the standard isn't
And if you look
rigorous
deeply,
as
at
it
least,
should be.
you'll see that there are goals that we're not meeting, that we're striving for, and that we may not meet. We're just doing the best we can with some of them, but we do discuss that within the ACER.
Okay.
I think Mr. Budney would like to add a couple of comments.
Yeah, so one of the things, Greg, the ACER is a great motivating force for those of us responsible for the safe operation of the site. I can't think of anything that would be more detrimental to my career than having to list something in the ACER that said we didn't do the right thing. And as a result, it has an effect on the way the contractor operates. And so we do make mistakes out there. Some things don't go the way we plan. And the response by the contractor to get those things under control and to ensure there's no impact on the environment is just superb. When something like that goes wrong, the president's normally calling me before my own staff has time to tell me the report. So this serves as a great motivating document for us to ensure that nothing ends up in here because we didn't do the right thing when it came time to do it. So it's not so much an evaluation of what goes in the report as we evaluate constantly how we ensure we don't do anything that would end up in this report.
Let's come down to Candace.
Candace Cave Cab. So in your environmental monitoring program, does that now include the PFAS in that section?
So, as Scott, we have not started. Okay, so we basically created a new chapter this year, Chapter 9, to just discuss PFAS and just give a general overview. It's in the very beginning stages at SRS, and it's probably something that I'd have to let Scott speak to. I see it becoming part of our program. The guidance coming from DOE, from headquarters, continues to change, and it's going to continue that way. And as we get more guidance, I can guarantee you we will be implementing it in our for instance, our surface water monitoring program. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, if it will be a part of the water monitoring, maybe even the harvested animal, when you sample those, monitor those as well?
That's a possibility. I think more so it's going to be our water programs. That's where you're going to find it most. When it comes to the animals, what we monitor for is cesium-137, just because it's legacy, material from back in the day that can accumulate in the animals. So more so water. And of course, we'll update in the ACER as that changes over the next couple of years.
Okay. Charles?
Charles Hilton, CAB. My last remarks praised you. Now I'm going to find criticism with you. Everyone in this room knows that recruitment for the CAB is a huge problem to get people involved in sitting at this table. This document is our biggest detriment. Why? Because you're not doing anything to us, the public. Mr. Budney, you want to end the recruitment process? Dump some tritium into let some VOCs get off the site into Allendale's drinking water. This room will be full all the way out to I-95. Again,
I'm happy to live with the recruiting problem.
This
And
is
for
the
all the
reason
reporters who are listening online, please don't quote him on that.
No, I'm being serious. If there's, the reason we've had the problem is because you've got such a track record of safety out there. And no, I don't want to see tritium released. I don't want to see VOCs. But, some other sites have had these problems. And yeah, they have a rather antagonistic CAB because of that. So again, I applaud you for the work, Mr. Budney, that you're doing to make sure, yes, contamination occurred on site over the last 75 years, but you're not only containing it, you're cleaning it up and getting rid of it. So again, I can't say enough, but I truly believe that's the reason that we've had recruitment problems, is because we don't have the problems that other places have had. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you for that alarming moment of hyperbole. Are there any other questions or comments from around the table? All right, seeing none. Gentlemen, thank you so much.
Thanks, y'all.
Thank you.
All right, continuing our theme of flowing from one thing to the next. So there was a couple of questions about the ACER and how do they know what they know. And we talked a little bit about peer review and how that matters. And then here we come. Here's the peer review. So this is South Carolina DHEC and their Environmental Surveillance Oversight Report. And to some degree, it does serve that check function. So, Madeline, that is forwards, backwards, and then laser.
Okay, just the laser?
Backwards, and then laser.
Okay, perfect. Play the video first. Yep.
Living in healthy communities. This is the vision of South Carolina's Department of Health and Environmental Control. DHEC works every day to safeguard the health of South Carolina citizens and visitors by protecting the environment in which we live, work, and play. One area of importance is the Savannah River area and its natural resources. In the 1950s, 310 square miles along the river were developed into the Savannah River Site, or SRS, a Department of Energy federal facility that assists in the nation's atomic weapons production program. During its operational history, SRS processed nuclear materials, which generated hazardous and mixed waste. Currently, SRS focuses on cleanup from previous operations and continuing its national security missions while protecting the environment. Originally, the Department of Energy self-regulated the use and handling of nuclear materials, which resulted in the public having to rely solely on DOE to conduct environmental monitoring and to report the results. In 1995, an agreement in principle between DOE and DHEC led to state-directed independent oversight of SRS monitoring programs. This DHEC monitoring program is called the Environmental Surveillance and Oversight Program, or ESOP, and provides South Carolina citizens with an additional source of information regarding the effectiveness of DOE environmental monitoring programs. ESOP routinely monitors the environment on and surrounding the Savannah River Site to gather information to better understand the level of contaminants in the environment. Surface water, air, fish, game animals, drinking water, milk, groundwater, soil, sediment, and vegetation are sampled and analyzed routinely to determine if contaminants are present. Surface water is collected from SRS streams and the Savannah River. Non-radiological sampling is performed once a month, whereas radiological sampling is performed weekly. Radiological data, specifically tritium, is reviewed on collection days as part of an early notification system for downstream drinking water facilities on the Savannah River. Air monitoring is conducted using air monitoring stations to screen dust particles, atmospheric moisture, and rainwater for gross alpha, gross beta, and beta-emitting radionuclides on a weekly, monthly, and quarterly schedule. Largemouth bass and catfish are collected yearly from the Savannah River, upstream, downstream, and adjacent to SRS, and are analyzed for beta-gamma emitting radionuclides and strontium. With white-tailed deer and wild pigs being consumed in the largest quantity of any local game, samples are collected yearly in a defined area adjacent to SRS and analyzed for gamma-emitting radionuclides. Drinking water is collected monthly to ensure that tritium, gross alpha, non-volatile beta, and gamma-emitting radionuclides are not detected above EPA standards in drinking water systems in close proximity to and downstream of SRS. Dairy milk is collected quarterly from participating local dairies and analyzed for tritium, strontium, and other gamma-emitting radionuclides. ESOP has defined an extensive network of underground wells within 20 miles of the SRS boundary, consisting of public supply, private, irrigation, and monitoring wells. Samples are collected on a 5-year cycle and are analyzed for water quality parameters and selected radiological constituents. Soil samples are collected at off-site locations, whereas sediment is taken from streams located on and around SRS. Soil and sediment are analyzed yearly for specific metals and radioactive constituents. Edible fruits and vegetables, along with non-edible vegetation, are collected yearly and tested for tritium and gamma radionuclide analysis. ESOP program managers meet on a regular basis to brainstorm project improvements and review data. Results are reported to the public through a variety of public forums and an annual data report. DHEC and DOE representatives routinely meet to discuss findings and recommend changes or improvements to DOE environmental monitoring programs. DHEC's committed responsibility of ESOP's robust oversight and monitoring program provides independent data from environmental media collected on and surrounding the Savannah River site. DHEC actively works with the Department of Energy to make sure that legacy contaminants are not having an impact on the environment. ESOP will continue to follow DHEC's mission to improve the quality of life for South Carolinians by protecting and promoting the health of the public and the environment.
Good morning, everyone. Can everyone hear me? All right, my name is Madeline Kellett. I am the new Public Outreach Coordinator with South Carolina DHEC at the Midlands-Aiken office. And I work specifically with the Environmental Surveillance and Oversight Program, or ESOP, as we like to call it for short. So to begin, we just want to refresh everyone on DHEC's mission. So DHEC is the Department of Health and Environmental Control. Our mission is to promote and protect the health of the public and the environment. So with DHEC, we have both our health side and our environmental side. When you think of the health side, you're going to think of more of like your WIC or your COVID response and other state health assistance programs. But then we also have our environmental side. On the environmental side, we want to monitor what's going on in our environment because a healthy environment equals a healthy community for all of us. So that's very important to us. So our ESOP program was founded in 1995. We are a DOE funded grant. We fall under the Remediation and Environmental Monitoring Grant. So we do monitoring both on the Savannah River site as well as around the Savannah River site. We do non-regulatory monitoring. So our monitoring is separate from DOE's, which provides a second set of data for the public to review and kind of compare what DOE's finding and what we're finding. We look for radiological and non-radiological constituents in the air, groundwater, drinking water, surface water, sediment, soil, milk, vegetation, fish, and game. Our first project is our radiological atmospheric monitoring project. This is a picture of one of our air stations. And at the top here, we have a little chimney structure that has our glass fiber filters, which we have here. These collect dust particulates from the air. We test these for alpha and beta emitting radionuclides. And then we have our silica gel distillate here on the inside. This is the same thing as those little beads that you would find in a new purse that you may buy or a bag, those little gel beads in there. That is actually collecting atmospheric moisture. So same thing with your bags. You want to keep that atmospheric moisture out of your brand new bags. But in this case, we actually want it to collect that atmospheric moisture. And then at the top of our monitoring station, we have a little rainwater basin, which is collecting the rainwater throughout the month. So we also have a TLD badges, which stands for a thermoluminescent dosimeter badge. And this little guy is going to be testing for beta and gamma emitting radionuclides. So we have 7 air stations. We have one at the center of the site, and then we also have some around the site. For our dust particulates, we are going to be collecting those on a weekly basis, while our precipitation and atmospheric moisture are collected on a monthly basis. So again, we monitor for alpha, beta, and gamma emitting radionuclides, as well as tritium, specifically in our precipitation and our atmospheric moisture samples. And these ones are taken on a monthly basis, while again, the particulates are taken on a weekly basis, and the TLDs are taken on a quarterly basis. Next is our groundwater monitoring project. For this project, we take samples from both private and public wells, so we work with the community to try to get different samples. We take samples from cluster wells and network wells. The difference between these two wells is that your cluster wells are going to be a set of 3 to 4 different wells at different depths, which allows us to get different water samples from different aquifers deeper in the ground, versus your network wells, which are just at one depth. So it kind of gives us a little bit of varying data that we can look at and compare. For this project, we take this project on a yearly sample basis. We have almost 100 wells that we sample from. Our wells are taken on a 5-year sample rotation cycle, so we are not going out and taking all 100 well samples each year. So the wells that we sampled in 2022 will not be sampled again until 2027. So it kind of gives us that flexibility to look around and take different samples different years. Next is our radiological monitoring of drinking water. So this is a picture of the North Augusta drinking water facility. For this project, we take samples on a monthly basis. So we will go out to the drinking water facilities and grab samples from them. What they do is they collect a composite sample of water throughout the month, and then we just go in and collect that from there. We test this project for alpha, beta, and gamma emitting radionuclides, as well as tritium. So we have samples that we take from both above the Savannah River site as well as below. So down farther down the coast, we take samples from Chelsea Beaufort Jasper water treatment facility as well as Purysburg. And then upstream, we have Aiken Water Works, Breezy Hill, and North Augusta. Next is our most intense project that we do. This is our radiological surface water project. This project is monitored on a tri-weekly basis. So we are out every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday collecting samples for this project. And we have 3 different ways of collecting samples. We have our ESCO collecting machine, and then we also have the carousel. We also do grab samples. So for some locations, just depending on what time we go out there, we will go in and just scoop up some water in a little bottle, and that's our grab sample. But our ESCO, what it does is it takes a composite sample every hour, so that when we go out that Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we're taking a composite sample from whatever it's pulling for that day. And then our carousel system is kind of special. It acts as an early monitoring system. What it does is it also grabs samples every hour or so, and it monitors to see how high the tritium levels are in the water. So EPA has set a standard of 20,000 picocuries per liter as the safe drinking water standard for tritium. But our early detection system here will let us know if it goes anywhere above 5,000 picocuries per liter. So again, it's not reaching that 20,000, so we're safe, but we have that 5,000 alert system in there just in case. And what we do with that is we send a courtesy notification to downstream water drinking facilities just to let them know that the levels may be a little bit higher than we expect. But with the carousel, we can kind of figure out what time that may have been, when it may have been a little bit higher. So again, we have some locations that are above the Savannah River site, along the river, as well as downstream. So that carousel system is going to be down here at this bottom location. And again, we take these on a tri-weekly basis, again, monitoring for alpha, beta, gamma emitting radionuclides, and tritium. So along with our radiological surface water, we also do non-radiological surface water. So we go out on a monthly basis to collect these samples. Some of the locations are the same as our radiological surface water project, but we also have some locations that are a little bit different that we go to. For this project, we have different parameters that we check for. So the ones in light blue, we actually take these parameters while we're out in the field collecting the water samples. The dark blue ones are ones that we look for when we get back to our Aiken office and we take in-house, while the orangish yellow ones are the ones that we send off to Columbia to have tested, and we get the data back for those. Next is our sediment monitoring project. For our sediment monitoring project, we take this on a yearly basis. We actually try to go out with SRS to take these samples and do split samples. So by split sampling, what I mean by that is we'll take one giant sample, and then DOE SRS will get one half of that sample, we will get the other half. So for this project, we try to keep the comparison as close as humanly possible to get that direct comparison for everyone. So for this one, we take samples on-site as well as our own samples off-site. So we have some that we take with SRS and some that we just have separate from the rest. For this project, we look specifically at alpha beta emitting radionuclides as well as cesium-137. I know that was mentioned in the previous presentation. So cesium-137 is a chemical analog to potassium, and potassium likes to be stored in the muscle tissue. So we really want to make sure that we're not bioaccumulating cesium-137 into our muscles. Now I know none of us are going to go out and start eating the sediment anytime soon, but we do want to look at that for what is growing from the sediment and what may be consuming those plants from there. So again, same thing with our sediment. We have our soil project. Again, this one is taken on a yearly basis, and it is tested for alpha and beta emitting radionuclides, as well as that cesium-137. And we have locations both on-site as well as right outside the gate of the Savannah River site. So we try to get as close as possible so we can monitor that soil and see if there's any contamination or anything right outside the site. From there, again, we want to know what's growing from our soil to see if anything is bioaccumulating into our vegetation. So we have our terrestrial vegetation monitoring project. For this project, we primarily try to stay with Bermuda grass as much as humanly possible. However, if there is not sufficient Bermuda grass for the samples that we need, we will try to take samples of plants where Bermuda grass will be growing or should be growing, as well as anything nearby or close to the Bermuda grass species. This project is sampled on a yearly basis, and for this one, we are going to be looking at tritium as well for the moisture and the water coming off of the plants. So for this one, we have a lot of co-locations with SRS. So most of the time, we will try to go out at the same time as they do to collect our terrestrial veg samples. So again, we can provide that direct comparison from what they're finding and what we're finding. So along with our terrestrial veg, we also want to know what's going on in our edible veg project. So this project is it can be inconsistent between years because it depends on what's growing and what is available. But we do partner with local farmers as well as doing our own wild foraging for different edible plants throughout the year. So it is on a yearly sampling schedule, but it is sampled throughout the year. So if we find something that may be growing later in the year, we might collect that and include that. So the map may seem a little confusing on this one. So we have different quadrants that we take samples from within a 25 to 50 mile radius from the site. We do have some quadrants in the state of Georgia, but we do not take samples from the state of Georgia. We only collect samples from the state of South Carolina. So this map is just kind of showing what that 50 mile radius would be. But again, we don't take any samples from the state of Georgia. And for this project, we are sampling for tritium and alpha, beta, and gamma emitting radionuclides. So we also want to know what's eating the plants and how it's affecting us for different animals that we may consume or get food from, or in this case, milk. It's very important for us to monitor the milk that's going on outside of the Savannah River site because we have children. I'm sure there's plenty of us in the audience that have children. I have a daughter of my own. And one of the big things that they tell us is they need to drink milk. So we want to make sure that the milk that especially our children are drinking is safe and not contaminated with anything. So we have some locations that we take samples from within a 50-mile radius of the site. For this project, we look at tritium and gamma emitting radionuclides, as well as strontium-8990. So strontium-8990 is a chemical analog for calcium. And as we all know, calcium likes to be stored in our bones. So strontium-8990 is going to want to do the same. It's going to want to store in our bones. So to ensure that we're not having any bioaccumulation of that, we look at that constituent very closely. And for that one, we send it off to a contractor lab. And these samples are taken on a quarterly basis. Probably one of the most interesting projects, one of the projects that I find the most fascinating, is our fish monitoring project. So for this project, we go out on a yearly basis and we collect fish samples by shocking them in the water. Do not worry, the shocking does not kill them, it just stuns them momentarily. But it's actually an effective way for us to fish and pull out the species that we actually need for our data, because we don't want to be fishing and wasting any resources or fish lives. So for this one, we're actually looking at cesium-137 and strontium-8990. So we process both the tissue of the fish as well as the bones. So for our fish, we collect both freshwater species and saltwater species. So for our freshwater species, we collect channel and flathead catfish as well as largemouth bats. Those are the species that you're more likely to see around the site. But then we also want to know what's going on coming downstream of the Savannah River site, so we take samples closer to the coast. And for our saltwater species, we look at striped mullet and red drum. So again, we take samples a little bit above the Savannah River site, along and down the coast, as well as closer to the ocean, because we want to know if there's anything trickling down all the way down there. And our last project is our game monitoring project. For this project, we look both at the white-tailed deer and our wild hogs. For this project specifically, we look for that cesium-137 again, for anybody who may be going and hunting and consuming anything that they may have killed. For this project, we have different hunting zones that we take samples from. We work with local hunting clubs to try to get samples from them so that we're not having to go out and hunt ourselves. But if need be, we will go out and do our own hunting and trapping to get some samples. And this project is taken on a yearly basis as well. So for a summary of this whole thing, historically, DHEC and DOE SR have had very similar results. We're hoping it's going to stay that way, but regardless, DHEC will continue to go out and monitor the activity at the Savannah River site and report them to the public. So the best way to do that is both through these kind of meetings to explain everything and answer any questions that people may have, as well as producing our report that we have each year. So our report usually is done by the end of the year, and it explains everything that I've gone into, as well as shows our data of what we found, so that if anybody so chooses, they may go through and read and do any direct comparison with DOESR. But we also do other outreach events as well, not just for ESOP, but for other environmental concerns that we may have, or just teaching the public about different environmental topics. We do that through our Earth Day, USC Aiken Seed Day. We've also done some smaller events. We just recently did one where we were teaching kids how to do what can be recycled, composted, or what is trash. So we try to get out there and create some fun activities and educate the public in an exciting and fun way. Are there any questions?
Let's start with Narinder.
Thank you for the detailed presentation. My questions are very simple. When you're monitoring the groundwaters, have you ever observed any radon in it? Radon gas?
I don't believe so, no.
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 And when you send the samples for analysis, how often you calibrate or do the quality assurance on the equipment? Do they match the EPA requirements?
Usually they are within EPA standards every time. It's very rare that we find a sample that's not within EPA standard.
How about calibrating the equipment? How often they are being done? Do you check on the QC on that?
We check every time.
Thank you.
Okay. Phyllis?
Phyllis Britt, Cab. I have two questions. One, you said usually DOE's results and your results are in line. What happens if they're not? What's the next step?
I don't think we've ever had that issue.
Greg O'Quinn, South Carolina DHEC. Typically what we do is if we see anything that kind of looks out of ordinary, we'll reach out to SRS and DOE and just have that conversation with them to try to determine what may have caused that and if their results kind of show the same thing. It doesn't happen, it happens very infrequently, but it has happened in the past. But we usually kind of reach out to them to get clarification as to what may have caused it. It could be anything from a sampling efforts or a lab result or anything like that. So we do have that communication with them.
Do you have a specific example of when that's happened?
We did have an example a few years ago, and it was related to some air sampling. And I think we saw elevated levels, and they saw elevated levels as well. And I don't know if anybody if Eric is still here, he wants to comment to that or not, but they actually reached out to us, and we had that conversation.
Gotcha. Thank you. My second question is, is there a difference when you're doing the monitoring between freshwater fish and saltwater fish?
Difference like in?
Do they respond differently as far as how much they intake and keep? When you're doing the monitoring, do you see any disparity?
Not really.
No?
They're pretty consistent.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. We'll come over here to John.
John Thomas, Cab. Thank you for the presentation. My question, the first one is around page 15, you had surface water testing, the sample parameters, but you made a distinction between testing in the field, testing in-house, and testing to Columbia. Was there significance in that?
No, it's just for what we do. So like for the temperature and pH and dissolved oxygen, we do that in the field, just so we have that because it's easier to just take that in the field while we're out there. And then whatever we can do in-house, we will. But what we can't do, we just send off to Columbia and they test it from there.
Okay, so they're just procedures. It's not.
Right.
Okay. And then the other thing was on page 23, the edible vegetation monitoring. You said there's no testing in Georgia. What's the significance of that? Since it's so close.
We're just focusing with South Carolina Department of Health and Environmental Control, so we just focus on South Carolina State.
Okay.
It's not that we don't want to. It's just we're just focusing on the community of South Carolina and going from there. Right. So.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
Sade.
Hello, Sade Shofadia, SRS Cab. I'm just curious, are you guys going to include PFAS in your testing parameters?
I'm going to direct that one to Greg.
At this moment, most likely not. We have no plans in the immediate future to do any of that sampling through this program. As far as DHEC's concerned, there may be some sampling done for PFAS.
Why? Why not?
We just have to look into the procedures and what's required to do that sampling as far as our program. And we will most likely have some conversations with DOE regarding that if ESOP were to ever start doing that sampling. I think it would just take some coordination and some collaboration with them to begin that through this program.
Thank you.
Okay, Candace?
I was just going to add real quick, the PFAS sampling, the techniques for that are very difficult because you have to do a lot of things because PFAS is in so many consumer products, your clothing, makeup, sunscreen. So there's a lot of considerations that have to be taken into account when PFAS sampling is done. So just wanted to mention that.
Candace.
Candace Cave Cab. So on page 20, when you're talking about the vegetation monitoring, why Bermuda grass? Why not some other native plants? Is it because it's just everywhere, or?
It's just most abundant usually. It's probably one of the easiest things to collect for us. But again, every once in a while when we do go out and sample, there may be an issue where they may have mowed the lawn in that area. And so that's why sometimes we do have to take other samples besides Bermuda grass. But typically where we collect samples, it's just plentiful. And it's also growing from the ground. So again, going back to our soil monitoring project, we want to know what's growing from that soil. And the Bermuda grass just happens to be very abundant and growing directly from the soil.
Gotcha. So on page 23, when you're talking about the sample locations and you're saying you're not monitoring in Georgia, is there an agency on the Georgia side that shares that information with you all, or is it's just not happening in Georgia?
DHEC, or Georgia APD would like to respond.
So yes, I'll address that. This is Shelley with Georgia DNR EPD.
Can I get you to speak a little closer to the microphone? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Shelley Stansel with Georgia DNR. Our REP program samples the air samples and soil samples and water samples on the Georgia side, and we use similar cabinets to what DHEC's using.
Awesome. Thank you.
And then Kim.
Kim Ray Cab. You mentioned that when you all are doing the water samples, that you check the wells as well as the water treatment facilities.
Yes.
Do you check any of the smaller private type of water treatment facilities?
No, we usually just take the samples from the 5 designated locations that we take samples from.
So those smaller things, because for example, I live in a neighborhood that's about 4 miles from the front gate of the site.
Right.
And we have our own water system that comes from an aquifer. We're not connected to the city of Aiken or city of New Wellington. We're our own private little water system. So you're telling me my water's never tested?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, thank you.
Greg O'Quinn, South Carolina DHEC. These are just kind of the facilities that we focus on, but that's not to say that we can't expand and look into some of those smaller systems. We just historically have always looked at these. So it's something we could consider moving forward. You said that system's on an aquifer? Yep. So it's something we can look into. We're always looking into ways to try to expand the program and to make it better and make it more thorough. So it's something we could consider.
Sure. Okay. Any other questions or comments from around the table? All right, Sina. Malin, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We got 11:18, and lunch is next on the agenda. So I want to ask you all we're going to get started at 1 p.m., but since we have an extra 10 minutes now, I want to ask you to start coming back in the room at 12:50. So when you're sitting at lunch with people like, what time do we have to be back? The answer is? 12:50. The answer is 12:50. And we're going to get started at 1, but we're all going to be here at 12:50. All right? Thank you. 1. All right, folks, this is our 2-minute warning. We're going to get started in about 2 minutes. We wrap up our conversations and start to find our seats. Thank you. Welcome back. Everyone have a good lunch? Thank you for the few of you who were here at 12:50. We've made notes. Your check is in the mail. We've got a great set of presentations coming up next. And y'all liked Carrie Crawford so much last time. She's here to do both of them. And so what we'll do is we'll go through the first one. We'll give a short break for Q&A, see if you have anything, and then we'll just roll right into the next one. And we'll knock both of these out pretty quickly because Carrie is a heck of a presenter. All right, any questions about what we're going to do this afternoon? Let's do it. Carrie.
Let's see. She's got it. Okay, wonderful. So we'll go back here. So for those who don't know who I am, didn't see me present, I think it was just last month, or maybe it was into September, 6 weeks ago. I'm Carrie Crawford, the SRS Solid Waste Programs Manager, and I was asked to present on the Solid Waste Program. Today it's the first presentation. I've given a similar presentation to this in the past, so if you've been on the cab for a while, this will be a refresher for you. If you're relatively new to the cab and if you haven't seen this presentation before, then hopefully I will help expand your knowledge of how we manage waste at the Savannah River site. So in going over this presentation, we have 3 main topics. First will be an overview of what solid waste is. The next I'll talk about the solid waste generation at the Savannah River site. And then lastly, the different types of solid waste that we manage and where it all goes, and give some examples. And this picture here, it's a little bleached out in this room, but this is our solid waste facility, E area at the Savannah River site. We have low-level waste disposal along here, true waste storage and management in various locations here, and then hazardous and mixed waste storage here. But we'll get into all that as I get through the presentation. But I just wanted to give you kind of an overview of what the facility looks like. So first of all, solid waste, that term is a regulatory term defined by NRECRA and EPA. And surprisingly, you may not realize that solid waste includes not just solids, but semi-solids, liquids, and gases that have been discarded or no longer have need to serve its intended purpose. So when we say solid waste, we could be talking about something in a liquid form or a gas form, but it's still managed as solid waste. At the Solid Waste Management Facility, we are responsible for disposition of Savannah River site solid waste, including transuranic waste, low-level waste, hazardous and mixed waste, and sanitary waste. And I'll get into the regulatory definition of each of those in a minute if you're interested in what's the difference between these different waste types. We'll get to that. Solid waste is generated at the Savannah River site, and this is just a pictorial of the Savannah River site, which I assume is not news to anybody. But all of our ongoing operations at the Savannah River site generate waste. Just like you do in your own household, it's hard to live without generating some form of waste. I mean, I see a pile of waste back there on one of those trays that somebody in the facility will take care of later. That's solid waste. So all of our ongoing operations generate solid waste, and so we manage that for them. There's also research that's done at the labs, there's environmental restoration, there's D&D work. Anything that happens at the Savannah River site, generally it'll generate waste. Some examples are discarded personal protective equipment like gloves or shoe covers or coats. All that can be discarded if it can't be reused at the end of the job. Tools or equipment that might have residual radioactive contamination or chemical contamination on them that get discarded, we manage that as waste. Soil and groundwater cleanup materials, empty containers, research materials, basically anything that gets used and doesn't have a reuse becomes waste at the end of the job. So it's a lot of stuff, as you can imagine. So the different types of solid waste that I mentioned. Transuranic waste or true waste, there's a regulatory definition for that. It is radioactive waste that contains more than 100 nanocuries of alpha-emitting transuranics per gram of waste material, where those transuranics have a half-life more than 20 years, such as Pu-239 or americium-241. So it's a very scientific definition that we have to use to determine what is transuranic waste. Low-level waste, on the other hand, is defined by what it is not. Low-level waste is not high-level waste. It is not spent nuclear fuel. It is not transuranic waste. It's not other byproduct material, and it's not naturally occurring radioactive material. So low-level waste is a lot of other stuff that's not already defined in the regulations as something else. Next is hazardous and mixed waste, and that is waste material that is determined to be hazardous according to either South Carolina hazardous regulations or RCRA regulations. That's hazardous waste. If it also has a radioactive component, then it's considered mixed waste. So mixed waste is both radioactive and hazardous, whereas the counterpart in non-radioactive is we call it hazardous waste. Then lastly, sanitary waste is all the rest of the waste that's not radioactive, that's not hazardous, but we have to manage. Like the pile of trash back there is sanitary waste. So next I'll talk about how we manage each of these waste types at the Savannah River site. And I'll start with true waste, and my next presentation will get into some more details about our legacy true waste, but this is a high level of how we manage our transuranic waste at the Savannah River site. First of all, it's generated at various different facilities at the Savannah River site. We store it at the Solid Waste Management Facility in different, we call them true pads, storage facilities, where we can have the drums or the standard waste boxes. Then they get characterized at our facility to make sure that they meet the waste isolation pilot plant requirements. And then we ship them to the WIP facility in Carlsbad, New Mexico. Low-level waste generally gets disposed of on-site in E area. And I say generally because occasionally there'll be a waste type that we cannot dispose of on-site, and then we'll ship it to an appropriate off-site facility. But the majority of our low-level waste generated at the Savannah River site does get disposed of at Savannah River site. And we have different types of disposal units depending on the characteristics of the low-level waste. We also receive naval reactor low-level waste from select naval reactor facilities on this side of the country. There's an agreement between the Department of Energy and the naval reactor facilities to receive these low-level wastes into Savannah River site for disposal. So this slide has got pictures of the different types of disposal facilities. Over here is an engineered trench, and what you see here are well-positioned boxes. We try to economize and get things packed in as closely as possible to use every inch of volume within these trenches. And this type of trench we actually have the trucks drive down into and can place the waste with a forklift. This is similar, but it's a slit trench. And here the waste is also, we try to place it as close as possible, but it's put in with a crane, which I think you can just kind of see a little bit of a crane here. This is our naval reactor component disposal unit. It's for larger items that we get from the NR facilities. It's basically pad disposal at this point, but this facility will be covered when the rest of the low-level waste disposal facility is covered at the end of life. This is our low-activity waste vault. So we've got 12 cells here, and primarily we put B25 boxes, which are 4 by 4 by 6, 4 foot tall, then 4 by 6 footprint, and some drums get put into the low-activity waste vaults. It's a slightly higher amount of radioactivity than what we allow in our trenches, and that's what gets put into the low-activity waste vault. And then this last one here is considered our intermediate level trench, and this is looking down on it because it's a subterranean disposal facility. You have to actually take the covers off with a crane and then place the containers down in there. So our higher dose low-level waste gets put in here for worker safety, as well as some of our higher activity that needs that additional protection gets put into our intermediate level vault. Okay, so moving on to our hazardous and mixed waste. We generate that at basically all our facilities can generate hazardous and mixed waste, because anytime you're using a chemical, chances are that's going to be a RCRA controlled substance, so it will become a hazardous waste when it's done. If you're using it in a RAD facility, then it's a mixed waste. So we generate that all across the site. We can store it at our storage facilities in E area for up to a year, but then we ship them all off-site to the appropriate treatment, storage, and disposal facility. And we do that based on what the characteristics of the waste are. So there are certain facilities that only take the non-radioactive, other facilities will take the radioactive version, and then just depending on what it is determines which facility we send it to. Lastly, sanitary waste. We all generate sanitary waste. This is a picture of the Three Rivers Solid Waste Authority landfill, which is essentially on the Savannah River site property, but managed separately from Savannah River site. And that's our off-site disposal for our sanitary waste is at the Three Rivers. So to summarize, the solid waste management facility safely and compliantly manages our transuranic waste, low-level waste, hazardous and mixed waste, and sanitary waste that are generated at the Savannah River site. We have on-site disposal of low-level waste. We have on-site storage of true waste and hazardous and mixed waste, and then off-site disposal of the true waste, the hazardous and mixed, and the sanitary. And that's it for the very high-level overview of solid waste programs. And questions?
Yeah.
Sorry if I went through that quickly.
It's all right, John.
John Thomas, Cab. Page 8, you had, to me it just appeared out of sight, out of mind. You're burying these. What happens when those containers, or what happens if they disintegrate underground?
So we have, for our low-level waste disposal facilities, which is governed by the Department of Energy Order 435.1, radioactive waste management, we're required to have what's called a performance assessment, where we have modeled what happens to these containers in the long term, like the 1,000-year, the 10,000-year. We fully expect these containers will degrade at some point in the future. And we're required to look at 1,000 years after it closed down, what's the impact on our groundwater, and ensure that we meet the requirements that are in the order for the groundwater. And we've shown that with our performance assessment. So we expect these containers will not last for thousands of years.
So are you monitoring then?
Yes.
So if there's a problem with the groundwater, will you know it's coming from here?
We are monitoring the VADOS zone, which is the unsaturated zone above the groundwater. So we have lots of points around each disposal unit, particularly the trenches where it's earthen disposal. We're monitoring the VADOS zone to look for primarily tritium because that's going to be the isotope, the radioactive isotopes that's going to travel quickest with water because it's essentially, I mean, it's the same as water.
Yeah.
Same structure as water. So we monitor that and we're able to determine if we see higher readings, then we look for what do we need to do different. We do have, let me go back to the first slide here. There is a prior disposal facility here that's been capped. So there, and the groundwater moves this way. But we have a way that we are tracking. We've got some monitoring wells in this area that we can compare to this area to determine what's coming from this section versus our active disposal.
And when you say it's going that way, it's towards the river?
I
would
am not sure. So the Savannah River is, I think, is down along this way. Yeah, the groundwater goes this way, based on what our modelers have told us, in that area of the Savannah River site.
Okay.
There's
All right.
lots of streams and whatnot. And
Is there a plan in 1,000 or 10,000 years? Not that I'd be concerned with that, but at some point, somebody's going to have to pay attention to this, right?
And that's all part of the performance assessment modeling that's done, is to look for, okay, so our regulatory time period is 1,000 years, but we also look at 10,000 years, and is there a concern out in that time frame of how the different nuclides will, because they'll be decaying, right? So tritium that we might see now, and I'm not really worried about tritium in 1,000 years with a half-life of 12 and a half years.
Yeah, okay. Good. Thank you for the presentation.
Sure.
Narendra?
Narendra Malik, CAB. I have a twofold question. One is, at what level you decide that it's a mixed waste? What's the level of radioactivity in that?
So mixed waste to determine is any DOE added radioactivity. So if it's in a radioactive area and we can't prove that it's clean, we manage it as radioactive.
Okay.
So there's it.
And my second question is, how do you manage the spent circuit boards from fire protection, other computers, and something like that?
So circuit boards, when you're generating a waste, you have to look at the waste as a whole. If you take the circuit board out, that's the waste item. Based on the data we have, toxicity characteristic leaching procedure, TCLIP data on a standard circuit board, we expect the circuit board to fail TCLIP and be considered a hazardous waste. So if we're taking circuit boards out and collecting them, that's a hazardous waste. If we have, say, this thing here, I'm sure it's got some circuit boards in it. We'd have to, if we wanted to throw this away, we'd say, okay, how many circuit boards are in there? Well, how much does this weigh? And you do a calculation to say, theoretically, what would this unit as is, would it pass or fail TCLIP to determine if I was throwing it away as a waste item like this, if that makes sense from a waste characterization basis.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments now? Candace.
Candace Cave Cab. So on slide 8, when you were talking about the naval waste, how will you be covering that when it's time to cover it?
The entire, let me go back to this slide. The entire low-level waste disposal facility will be covered and capped as a unit. The naval reactor pad is somewhere back in this area, so the entire area will be capped.
So then it'll look like the middle section that's already been capped. It'll
That's
be
right.
a similar method. Okay.
Right.
On slide 9, so you said that it takes that you will store it for 1 year.
Up to 1 year, yes.
Up to 1 year. So what is like the average time from when it's stored to when it's shipped to its final place?
I'd be hard pressed to say an average.
Are we exceeding the 1 year? I guess that's really what I want to know. Are we meeting the 1 year or less, or are we exceeding?
So for all of our newly generated hazardous waste, whether they're radioactive or not, we meet the RCRA requirements and they are shipped within 1 year. Some things get shipped directly as they're generated, like chemicals, spent chemicals, used chemicals. We call it a lab pack, where we package up at various facilities around the Savannah River site. And then as they're packaged, then they go into a staging area. Sorry, that's the old terminology. It used to be called the 90-day staging area, and I always forget what the new terminology is. In my head, it always says staging area. But it's a 90-day area that we're allowed to have it in there. Then the trucks come back after all the paperwork's done, and it'll be within that 90 days. Usually it's about 30 days, maybe 45 days, and pick up from all those areas and take them to the appropriate disposal facility. Other times, well, a satellite area, yes, but the satellite area doesn't have a time frame. This is the staging area when the 90 days. But I think it's central accumulation area is what they're called now. One of these days I'm going to remember that terminology. A lot of the waste streams where we can, we like to collect them in E area in storage and then have an efficient shipment offsite from there. So we might have 1 or 2 of those shipments a year to make sure we're not exceeding our 1 year clock, for 1 or 2 for hazardous and 1 or 2 for mixed.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments around the table for now? All right. We can come back to this if we need to, but let's go ahead and switch gears and we'll move over to the True Waste presentation.
All right, so next is going to be legacy transuranic waste and where we are with those efforts. I think the slides are coming. And I'm gaining some time for your schedule this afternoon.
Thank you, Carrie.
All right. So I'm still Carrie Crawford. Going to talk about legacy transuranic waste and where we are with getting rid of that from E area. Topics are a little bit of history on where we started and what we've been able to accomplish since the program started, where we currently are with our true waste operations, some recent accomplishments we've had in getting rid of legacy waste, so what some of the challenges are with legacy waste, and then lastly, talk about our shipping projections. So a little bit of history. In 1999 is when the Waste Isolation Pilot Plant, WIP, opened in Carlsbad, New Mexico. At that time, Savannah River site had over 30,000 containers of transuranic waste that was in storage. These containers were in drums, large boxes, culverts, various other containers. You can see some of them had been buried. Over 9,000 drums were buried because that was the practice prior to that time. There was an extensive remediation and repackaging effort that went on back at that time to get all containers compliant with the WIP, waste acceptance criteria, so that they could be shipped to WIP. In 2001, SRS had the first shipment of true waste to WIP. Since that time, we've had over 1,700 shipments as of the end of September, anyways, and over 35,000 containers of legacy true waste has been shipped from Savannah River site to WIP. So that's a lot of containers. Currently, we are continuing to store the remaining legacy true waste containers, as well as our newly generated true waste containers. We're also continuing to work with the WIP staff on the enhanced acceptable knowledge of all our containers, especially the legacy true. And the key here is there are updated WIP waste acceptance criteria requirements after the WIP event in 2014. So all the containers that had been fully characterized, fully certified at that point. We're having to go back and relook at them, research them, and make sure that they are fully compliant with today's requirements so that we can get them compliantly shipped to WIP. Occasionally, we've had to reperform some characterization operations because some of the data that was collected a decade or more ago, there might be some issues with today's standards. So where we have to, we're rerunning those operations with the WIP staff. And then we've been able to continue safe and compliant shipments of our true waste to WIP. Recently, we have finished all of our TruePack 3 shipments. There were a total of 239 TruePack 3 shipments starting in 2011 and concluding last year. And to date, Savannah Riverside is the only site in the DOE complex that has shipped any TruePack 3s. And this right here is a TruePack 3 container. It contains one what's called standard large box. So it's a larger waste container that was developed with Savannah Riverside, between Savannah Riverside and WIP, for larger components of radioactive transuranic waste to allow for more efficient shipping and reduce worker dose and all of that. So we were very happy to be part of that program and even more happy that we've completed it. We've also completed all of our pipe overpack component shipments, completed those last year as well. There were 21 total shipments of that particular waste container. And then in terms of our WIP shipping rates, so here's a little graph here that shows, I don't know how well this shows in the back, but this is 2001 up to 2003, and guess what year this is? This is 2014. Or excuse me, this is 2014. February 2014 is when WIP had its incident and shut down. So we had lots of shipments and then no shipments, a few shipments, and then slowly been starting to increase, nowhere near the levels where we were before the WIP shut down. But we are recently been able to see some increases, and we're looking to have that go even further. We don't need to get to where we were before. We don't have that many shipments left of our legacy waste, but we do have some containers we still need to get rid of. So just throw this up here to show you that there was a lot of progress being made before the WIP event in 2014, and since then we've been struggling to get back on track. But WIP's been working with us and their new requirements, and we're starting to see some progress. Some of our challenges, as I mentioned, there are new requirements at WIP as a result of the WIP event in 2014. So all of our waste that was generated has to meet these new requirements, and that's a lot of paperwork. Sometimes the documentation is not easy to find, but the goal is to get everything recertified so it can all be shipped to WIP. Overpacks is another issue. We have several drums, well, hundreds of drums that were previously overpacked with other drums into a standard waste box. So a standard waste box can hold up to 4 drums. So these standard waste boxes had been packaged back in 2014 and earlier with the plan to ship in 2014. Now we're having to go back and recertify all the containers within that overpack. So just imagine if you've got this box, it's got 4 drums in it. 1 drum is certified and its 3 friends are not certified in that same box. It can't ship until all 4 have been certified. It makes shipping a little more challenging logistic-wise when we're trying to manage that, because we do not want to un-overpack those drums because they need to ship in an overpack configuration. It's just getting all the containers certified at the same time so that they can be shipped. It's a challenge for us. We also have some other logistics, such as 10-day shipments that we're going to have for some of our containers, so we're working with WIP to get those scheduled. We're working through issues with the shipping resources. As you know, we're shipping out of K area as well as shipping out of E area, so we have to make sure that we've got resources to handle shipments out of both areas, and we can't ship out of both areas on the same day, but we're working with all the resources to make sure we can keep shipments going from both areas. The last challenge I wanted to talk about is remote handled containers. And that's what this schematic here is, a shielded container assembly. It's a new type of overpack that WIP is allowing for remote handled transuranic waste. So remote handled is a container of waste, typically a drum, that is greater than 200 millirem per hour dose rate on contact. So it's a high dose container. So there's extra measures to make sure we don't put people at risk in handling these containers. So WIP has developed these shielded container assemblies. You'll have one drum that goes in each shielded container assembly, and it'll allow these drums then to be shipped and emplaced as if they are contact handled waste. So that's definitely going to be more efficient for shipping. The design that we want to use, which is will allow a 55-gallon drum, those have been approved by the NRC. They're getting manufactured now, and I just heard on a call earlier today that we expect to receive our first shipment of SCAs that we can use for RH waste in about a year from now is when we expect to finally get some of these that we can start emplacing, shipping waste, RH waste. Any RH waste that can't go in these SCAs because the dose rate is too high that they're not going to actually be amenable to then being able to be managed as contact handled, they're going to have to wait till, where's my pointer? Till the borehole emplacement is available at WIP again. The way WIP had historically managed RH waste was to place the RH waste, because of its higher dose rate, they make boreholes and put it in the sides of the mine. They have not been able to do that since the 2014 shutdown. So until they're able to resume those activities, we will not be able to get rid of our small subset of RH containers that need the boreholes, which we're hearing is in a few years out still. In terms of our remaining legacy waste, remember at the beginning I told you we had over 35,000 containers that we had already shipped? Well, we're down to 443 contact handled drums, of which 186 are overpacked. So those 186 are more challenging to ship because all of the drums within the same overpack have to be certified. We also have 88 standard waste boxes and 151 remote handled drums. So we are getting down there from over 35,000 to less than 1,000 remaining. But these less than 1,000 are going to take a while for us to get through the process. We're working them as fast as we can with the help from the folks from the WIP site and the CCP staff that support us, but it's going to take a while. In terms of the number of shipments that we expect, about 34 of the normal TruePack 2 shipments with either CH drums or boxes. Then with the SCAs that I talked about, we expect we'll have 22 of those shipments. And then this last is the RH containers that can't go into the sealed container assemblies that need to use the boreholes. We're expecting 8 of those shipments at the end. So this here is just it's Carrie's fantasy. This is what I want for shipments. If we can get everything characterized and certified to support that, that's what I'd love to have them all done by the 27-28 timeframe. And I think, summary, gotta have a summary. Majority of our waste was shipped to WIP, and we're making progress on our remaining population, and we're continuing to manage the remaining population safely and compliantly. So.
We'll start with John.
John Thomas Cab, you said you can't ship from both areas on the same day. Why is that?
Based on our current resources.
So it's resources.
Right.
Okay.
Between the shipping resources at the Savannah River site and the mobile loading resources provided by the WIP site.
Okay.
And then there's also, we have South Carolina DHEC inspectors and the State Transport Police that are supporting each and every shipment.
All right.
So it's not just Savannah River site and WIP, but it'd be the other agencies as well.
Okay, good, thank you. And what is involved in certifying the drums?
So there's the characterization, which was done on all the containers before the WIP shut down, but in certain cases we have to redo one of the operations or another. And by characterization, I mean the RTR, which is the X-ray, looking at the contents, and then the assaying, looking at the radioactive distribution for the containers. Once that's done or redone, then it's looking at all of the rest of the documentation to meet today's requirements, what we call, or what WIP calls the enhanced acceptable knowledge. There's additional documentation on chemical compatibility that has to be done. There's acceptable knowledge assessment that has to be done. There's a basis of knowledge document that has to be done. And all these require information, specific information, which may or may not be readily available for a waste that was generated in the 70s.
Okay.
Or 80s or 90s. But it's challenging. It's a lot of paper.
Right. Okay. And then several times you've mentioned that WIP incident that I'm not familiar with. What happened?
So in 2014, in February of 2014, there was an event at WIP that caused them to shut down. There was there was a truck fire, and then more importantly, there was a container from Lano that had a reaction.
Okay. All right.
And so WIP was shut down until 2017.
All right. Thank you for the presentation.
Phyllis.
Phyllis Britt, Cab. I know we talked about this before, but would you step me through the process once you're ready to ship it? What happens next? And as far as, doesn't somebody from WIP comes here? I mean, who has to certify? Who has to go with it? Who has to?
So when you say ready to ship, so once it's ready to ship, it's been certified.
Okay.
So the waste has been certified by the WIP Central Characterization Program staff.
Do they come here?
There's some people that are here on site full time at Savannah River site to do the characterization piece of it. The enhanced acceptable knowledge piece, they are not on site full time. They come visit, but it's documentation. So it's primarily folks that are elsewhere.
Okay.
So once the container is through that process, and then the rest of the checks and balances are made for shipping, because then there's a whole other set of requirements for shipping that have to be checked before the container is officially deemed certified and shippable, ready to ship. Then,
Now, is that a joint thing too, or is that purely SRS?
So determining that the container is certified and shippable is WIP. That is all on the WIP side. We use their certified program.
Gotcha.
Once they've done that, then the transportation certification official, which is another WIP employee, will put together a payload of 42 drums, let's say, because that's the maximum number of drums you can have in a shipment is 42 drums. So he'll look at the available list of containers and put together a payload, pass that through the different reviews for transportation to make sure that it meets all the transportation requirements. Once it's done that, then we'll get notified, we'll do checks and balances on our side, we'll get the containers brought to the pad where we do our loading operations. Then the actual physical loading of the containers into the TruePack shipping casks is a joint operation between the Savannah River site staff with oversight by the WIP shipping staff. Then when it gets time, once the containers are loaded and the casks have been resealed, then we'll get ready for the final inspections that we have DHEC out there to do their RADCON surveys, radiation surveys, as well as the state police to do their surveys or their inspections of the shipments before they're allowed to leave Savannah River site.
Okay. Then it's transported, and a lot of that depends on the state, right, as far as who escorts, who doesn't escort, that kind of thing. And then when you get there...
When it gets to WIP?
Yeah. Then what?
I'm not as familiar with the process at WIP. It's my understanding that they've got a parking area depending on how many containers, how many shipments they might have in the queue in front of the shipment or other things going on. But once it's selected for emplacement, it'll be brought into their facility. The shipping casks will be opened, the payload will be removed, and then that payload, the waste containers, will be sent down into the mine and emplaced.
Okay, so under what circumstances, if it was certified here and transported there without incident, that it doesn't pass muster there?
So there should be no reason for something to not pass muster there. The only thing would be, say, if during their opening procedure on the true packs or the half packs, if they get an indication that something is not as it should be.
And what would make that happen? Okay. Thank you.
Things happen in transit. I know Idaho has had a couple of shipments where it was discovered once the containers got to WIP and were being removed that a container inside had breached.
Okay.
So that's been found with some Idaho containers.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
There was this gentleman next.
Yep. We'll go to Charles.
Kerry, 2 years ago, I think, Charles Hilton Cab, we had a presentation from the WIP mine manager or someone out there. They actually came to see us. And they were talking about their ramp-up plans after the incident in 2014. And I think there was a new ventilation shaft that had to be drilled and equipment. Mm-hmm. There was a lot of the stuff. But they gave us a schedule when they were going to be ramped up and you could ship when you wanted to, basically. I'm getting the feeling that didn't happen. They're behind schedule on building the new mine, doing whatever had to be done. Is that a correct statement? They're behind?
I do believe that the shaft is done. I don't believe that they've finished getting all the tie-ins for the new ventilation system. One thing they have been able to finish doing is they finished emplacing in panel 7, which is where the event happened, and now they're into panel 8, so they can work more efficiently in panel 8 because there's no contamination. Panel 7, they had to work in a contaminated environment or suspect contaminated environment, I should say. Panel 8, they're able to work in a clean environment, so their operations are more efficient with emplacement. But having certified feed is one of our challenges with our legacy waste because of the hurdles involved with getting the waste recertified.
Okay. Narendra.
Narendra Malik Cab. We have learned that sometime the true waste sent to WIP is returned back, although you have tried to meet the WAC of the WIP. So why it comes back?
Are you asking about the half pack that was returned that I presented on 6 weeks ago?
Yeah.
So with that half pack, when WIP was doing their procedure to open the containers, they found some low levels of contamination. That's why that was returned to us.
I thought we check it here before it goes.
We do. That's
It's
correct.
a human error?
That we found no contamination before it left Savannah Riverside.
Okay. What procedure you take it to in future those errors don't happen?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
What precautions you take that such errors do not happen in the future?
So we're still evaluating that situation between Savannah Riverside and WIP, and we don't have a good set of lessons learned to apply just yet. It's still an investigation in progress, but we are looking to learn from it.
Thank you.
Okay. Juanita.
Juanita Campbell, CAB. As sort of a follow-up to that, how long could this potential process take to examine this pack to determine what actually caused the leak?
It's going to take however long it takes. I don't want to put a time frame on it because I don't want to have any time pressure. But we're working with the WIP folks, between Savannah Riverside and the WIP folks, to determine what happened. And
I mean, I was just asking because it almost came across as, oh, we're going to open it up and take a look at it, in a month from now or what have you. But really, I guess it's just an ongoing process just to make sure that everything was done properly to begin with. Mm-hmm. And then, of course, there's, the process of it going back and forth and This was before this was all determined, so I was just curious.
Our goal certainly is to return that shipping package to WIP so it can be put back into use.
Okay, thank you.
Candace.
Candace gave cab. So it seems like the protocol is if there's an issue once it gets to WIP to send it back. Is that only if it's a low level of contamination or any level of contamination?
So we've only had one instance at Savannah River site, so it's hard for me to say what's typical.
So I guess what I'm trying to figure out is what happens if the contamination is not a low amount of contamination? Does WIP send things back no matter the level of contamination, or is there something that they do on site?
At this point, there's nothing they do on site.
Good. Mike?
Yeah, they don't have the capability to handle that because they're opening these containers above ground out there at WIP. They don't have, so they got to check and make sure there's no contamination, so they can't handle it. So if they find something, they got to close it back up, send it back where it came from, and then we do the investigation Carrie's talking about to figure out what caused the discrepancy between what we found and what they found. So we're working on that.
Okay. So my comment to that is I understand that if it's a low level, but is it more risk to send it back if it's high level of contamination? That's my question.
I can't answer that because I've never seen one where we showed up with a high level of contamination on the other end. I have no knowledge that that's ever happened because the procedures are so stringent on what you do to send stuff out there. I just can't imagine such a situation coming to exist.
And the shipping casks, they're NRC approved shipping casks for the content in the payload. So I think any contamination, if it was present, it would be factored into that NRC approval.
Kim?
Kim Ray Cab, I thought I didn't have a question to render, but now I do. and it's just that, did I hear you say, though, that even if it gets out there and there is some contamination, that they don't have the capacity to deal with it at any level?
That's my understanding, that's right. At this point, they don't. Not saying that they ever will. That's beyond my purview.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from around the table? So, Carrie, thank you.
Sure.
And just so you all have a better understanding of how impressive it was, she wasn't originally on the schedule. We had a couple other people that were set to do it. Something happened. And she got asked, what was it, maybe 2.5 weeks ago? And she pulled this together and came in at what for us is the last minute, because you know how far in advance we usually have to schedule these things out. So, Carrie, thank you.
Always happy to help.
All right, up next, we've promised a little bit of flow, not necessarily from one to the other, but from September to here in November. So we've heard a lot about the Accelerated Basin De-Inventory ABD program from the nuclear materials side. Now we're going to hear about it from the other side of the house. Where is that material going and how are they working with it? Scott, take it away, sir.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Scott Germain. I'm the Tank Farms Project Director for Savannah River Mission Completion. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you folks today about how we're supporting ABD. I'm going to do a brief overview of the ABD project. I'm going to talk about the tank farm itself and how we're receiving transfers from H Canyon. Then we're going to talk about how we're going to increase our flexibility and our capacity to support ABD with some modifications to Tank 42, and then we'll discuss the current status and forward-looking schedules ahead. So this was really more for your reading pleasure. This describes the ABD process. Let me summarize it. L Basin is going to take spent fuel, deliver it to H Canyon. They're going to dissolve it. They're going to transfer that material to the tank farms. We're going to store it until such time that we compile it, qualify it, and send it to Defense Waste Processing Facility so it could be sent to the melter, put in a cask, and stored in interim storage. That's the ABD process itself. Obviously, it's going to take several years, a lot of transfers. The tank farm, sorry, I hit my mic. The tank farm's primary purpose, first and foremost, is safe nuclear operations. And then 2 is to provide feed to 2 processing facilities, salt waste processing facility and defense waste processing facility. And we do that by compiling salt and sludge batches, and qualifying them and sending them on. It's really important that we are building and compiling those batches to optimize the throughput through those facilities. If salt waste processing facility and defense waste processing facility are operating at their optimum output, the tanks can be cleaned out and closed, which is exactly the mission that our customer has given us. And I have to do that, or we have to do that in the tank farm in such a manner that we're maintaining the system health, maintaining the equipment status, such that we don't have any feed breaks in that process. We jokingly internally call it feeding the beast. We want to make sure that we are constantly feeding those 2 facilities for maximum output. Our current inventory at the end of September, we have a total of 51 tanks. 8 of them are closed, fully grouted. 43 are in some capacity in storage or in operation. And we have approximately 33.5 million gallons of material in those tanks. We have 216 million curies of radioactivity in that material in those tanks. And it's mainly made up in three different statuses. So we have a salt cake, which is dried out material, okay? We have a salt supernate, which is if I add water to that salt cake and mix it, I'll make salt supernate. Anybody here like sugar in their coffee? Yeah, okay. You put sugar in your coffee, the sugar settles down to the bottom, you gotta give it a little bit of a stir, and all of a sudden the sugar goes into solution, okay? That's what we do. We add water, mix it up, create salt supernate, put that into a salt batch and send it to salt waste processing facility. The sludge, it's a thicker material, it has solids, it's almost like a gelatin-like substance. The best analogy I can come up for that is it's kind of like Italian dressing sitting in your refrigerator, right? All of the spices, all of the solids settle to the bottom. You got to shake up the bottle, provide some mechanical agitation, and then you can transfer that material out. In order to get sludge into solution, we need larger mixing pumps. That's important. I'm going to talk about that later. In order to mix that up, suspend that sludge into solution so I can then pump it and transfer it to defense waste processing facility. Okay? One other interesting note, out of all the radioactive content in all the tanks, 50% of the curies is in 9% of the volume in the sludge. So the sludge clearly has a much higher curie content, okay? So this is a facility integration overview. Just want to highlight the tank farms. We have historically received material from H&F Canyon, obviously F is closed. We receive material from H Canyon, we'll store it, and again, salt gets put into supernate and sent to salt waste processing facility, where the cesium primarily gets separated and sent to DWPF to go into canisters. The low-level fluid then goes on to saltstone. We also take sludge, and we send that directly to DWPF, Defense Waste Processing Facility. It gets put into the melter, vitrified into shielded canisters, and those are placed into interim storage. So this graphic layout is not geographically correct, but it does show the entire layout of tank farms. I mentioned before we had 51 tanks. The ones that are black are the ones that are currently closed. I want to spend a little time and a little focus talking about the East Hill, because that is where all of the material will eventually go to in order to be placed into those salt and sludge batches and then sent to the processing facilities. I have to ask, who here has been on a tour of the tank farms from the cab? Whoever raised hands. Do you guys remember climbing that huge flight of stairs? You do remember that? Okay. That huge flight of stairs took you all the way up into this area of the East Hill, right next to Diversion Box 7. And that provided you that overlook, right, where the monument was. All of our salt and sludge batches eventually end up on that East Hill. We will take our sludge batches, we compile them, and put them into Tank 40 and send that to Defense Waste. 49 is where we feed salt waste processing facility, and tank 50 is where we feed the saltstone SDUs. Okay? We are currently receiving ABD material from H Canyon. Okay? That material is coming out of H Canyon. It goes through two small pump tanks 5 and 6. It's just an interim location before it gets transferred up to the top of the hill. And then we primarily receive that material into either tanks 39 or 51, where we will then compile it and send it on. That process is ongoing and will continue for quite some time. Don't know how much detail you guys have heard about the ABD ramp up, but they are going to be increasing their production rates going through the canyon. We will be receiving more and more material. And in preparation for that, we want to increase our capacity to receive that material and increase our flexibility should there be any type of equipment problems in the future. So I mentioned before that we primarily take the sludge and compile it in tanks 39 and 51. Tank 42 is currently used for salt. We will take salt from various tanks, put it in tank 42, sample it, qualify it with the help from the national lab, and then send it to DWPF to be processed. Excuse me, I said that wrong. Tank 42 is salt, goes on to SWPF to be processed. We are going to convert tank 42 to a sludge tank, to a sludge compilation tank. And that's the primary scope that we've been given by the department, is to go make the changes necessary to support that. This is a picture of the tank top of tank 42. It was actually just taken in the past 10 days, right before the slides got put together. It's a little bit hard to see in this, so just bear with me here. You can see these two round cylinder type objects. Those are motors sitting on top of two mixing pumps right here. There are two more. There's a total of 4 mixing pumps. The other two are just supported by a steel structure, both here and here. We're going to replace those mixing pumps. When I was talking to you about mixing that sugar in your coffee, all right, you don't really need to stir really hard, right? Okay? Well, these pumps were designed to just gently wash the water over that salt to put it in solution. We're going to replace those with more robust pumps, higher horsepower, and a much larger what's called effective cleaning radius, meaning they have more power to project the water out in the tank floor. The pumps that we're installing are called quad volutes. We've already begun the procurement process. We're buying a total of 6. We're in the process of buying the first 4 that will be installed in the tank, and then 2 spares to ensure system health going forward and ensure that capability in the out years. There's a considerable amount of engineering work necessary to support that. So design is currently kicked off. They're in the process of doing all of the engineering work to remove that structural steel, modify the top of the tank, install the new pumps. That includes electronics, cables, variable frequency drives to control the speed of the pumps. It also includes thermocouples, a whole slew of activity. It's going to take about a year to complete that design. It's going to take about another 1.5 to 2 years to complete the tank top work. So we're looking to be completed sometime in 26 with the goal of making sure that in 2027, this tank has been modified and is ready to support increased capacity for the ABD project. Okay? I mentioned before that we are receiving ABD material. We've already done 3 campaigns. I'm sorry, we've done 2 campaigns. We extended 2 a little bit, so we have a 2A, B, and C, so forgive me. But we're going to do, it says here that we're going to do another transfer in the spring. We've actually accelerated that schedule. Us and H Canyon are working together. They're going to have another window to provide us material in January, February timeframe. We'll then give them another window later on in the spring. And that ABD material that I talked about will go into the remaining sludge batches. So some of that material is already going to be compiled in the sludge batch 11, and we will continue to use that material to make the sludge batches all the way through sludge batch 19. To date, we've received 117,000 gallons of material from H Canyon in support of the ABD project. So quite a successful campaign so far. So I mentioned earlier that the sludge will go to DWPF. I think you might have heard from Ken Wells, I think, recently from DWPF. He will take that, vitrify it, put it in those glass canisters. Our total system plan says that we're going to need 8,113 canisters to support the mission. Approximately 300 of those, meaning 300 of the 8,113, are attributed to the ABD project, meaning the volume in those will come from ABD and from H Canyon. There is a limit on how much fissile loading we can put in the canisters. We are evaluating that. We do believe we can successfully increase that. And that allow us to put, a little more material into the canisters. And we don't expect any change in the number of total canisters for the entire project as a result. I did put in here some additional analysis might be needed based on a different type of fuels coming from El Basin. That's a true statement. As with any of the fuel being processed by the canyon, we get a flow sheet made by Savannah River National Lab. That helps us understand all the characteristics of the fuel that we're going to receive, and then we analyze that and make sure we can safely receive it and process it through our process. And we're highly confident all this analysis will support the ABD project all the way through. Okay. So, gave a quick overview, talked about how we're modifying Tank 42, current status of ABD, and our look ahead, and I guess I'll see if you guys got any questions for me. I know that went a little quick. Any questions for me?
We'll start with Sade.
Hello, Sade Shofadia, SRS Cab. I'm curious, what is the timeline for the vitrified waste canister for the 813 unit? Do you anticipate production for that in 26, 27?
Yes, we do have production goals for all those canisters. It varies depending on where we're at within the mission. But between now and when we're scheduled to finish the project in late 2030s, about approximately 2037, we should have 8,113 canisters, according to the system plan. Yep.
Thank you. And will you please just describe, a high-level description of the safety basis analysis?
Safety basis analysis is, I'm going to use Kerry Crawford as an analogy. Kerry Crawford talked about the performance assessment, which was essentially an environmental analysis that says, here's the parameters by which you can operate and have impact on the environment. The safety-based analysis is, in the same light, is a bounding set of parameters and analysis that says, here's your operating parameters for the tank farm or a given facility. And provided you operate within these parameters, you'll protect your coworker, the public, and the environment. So it gives us a basis of controls that we then flow down into all of our operating procedures so that we can make sure we stay in a safe envelope while we're doing all this processing of high-level waste.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Phyllis.
This Phyllis Britt Cab, I need a clarification. An earlier presenter mentioned, at least on paper, it mentioned SWMF. It occurs to me I don't know what that is, as opposed to SWPF.
Carrie?
Yeah, so I used SWMF on my slides. That's the Solid Waste Management Facility, where we manage the solid waste that I talked about earlier. The low-level waste, the transuranic waste, hazardous waste, and mixed waste. Scott was talking about SWPF.
Correct.
Which is a different facility. We live in acronym soup at the Savannah River site.
I know.
So SWPF meaning salt waste processing facility.
Right, I knew what that
Yes,
was, but it occurred to me I didn't know what the M stood for.
Oh, fair enough.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Charles.
Charles Hilton, Cab. You mentioned that you were going to be pulling the pumps out of Tank 42. Which one?
Yes.
I'm curious, how do you dispose of those pumps? They've been in pretty high-level radioactive waste for a number of years.
Yeah,
you just give them to carry and they go away?
Yeah, pretty much. Yes, no. So real quick. So first of all, let me just explain the process. Obviously, that requires a penetration of the tank. Okay, all right? For each one of those separately, we will build a containment hut. We will certify it. It will have its own ventilation and HEPA system. We'll make sure that the people working in there have the appropriate PPE and obviously from an LARA standpoint, reduce their radiological exposure to the maximum extent practical. Okay. We will pull those pumps. They do go into, they're quite large, by the way, okay, 20, 30 feet tall. We have special waste boxes that we will put them in. And the answer to your question is yes. We will then work with Kerry's group to ship them. And depending on the level of radioactive contaminants in it will depend on whether it's low-level waste and can go to E area. In some cases, some of our equipment does. If it's higher level, though, I believe it goes out west. Correct, Kerry?
You haven't had any transuranic waste generated at this point.
No, I was talking more so Texas, WCS.
Yes, but that's gone there due to different reasons.
Okay.
But yeah,
Fair.
it all comes down to the characterization of the actual waste
Correct.
item. Depends on where, if it'll stay on site as low-level waste, but we are working with Scott's waste folks to make sure it gets characterized properly and gets positioned in the right location.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from around the table? Seeing none. Scott, thank you.
Appreciate the time.
Okay. I know we only have one presentation left and then some board business to take care of, but why don't we take a brief break? We'll go for about 15 minutes plus 2. So we'll come back at 2:15, minus 2 actually. 2:20 is what I meant to say. 2:20. 2:20 is when we're going to come back. It was right in my head, and then all the math went away. Guys. Okay. Yeah, we'll have to. We're going to stretch this out because our presenter is on the phone behind me. And he, figuratively speaking, signs my paycheck, so I'm not going to tell him no. My kids like to eat. So we're just going to stretch for a minute. What we do have coming up after this, though, is we do have our board business. And the order of operations of that are pretty straightforward. And I said I was going to talk to Juanita about it, but I actually haven't yet at all. But you're involved in what's coming up in a little while. Yeah, I know. How exciting.
I don't know what it is, but yeah.
Yeah, today's the day. So what we're going to do after this presentation, we'll do the Q&A. I'll hand out ballots to all the board members around the table for our chair and vice chair election for next year. It's not going to take you long to fill them out because only one person was nominated for each position. However, there is a write-in line, so there is a moment of suspense, I'm sure, for all of us. I'll give you a moment to fill those out. I'll walk back around and collect them, and then Juanita and Amy will step out and do the official count of those. And while they're doing that, we're going to pull up the draft recommendation and discuss it. And we'll see if there's anything else that we need to talk about. Scott moved his boxes over so Heather can see the screen. If we need to make any adjustments to the recommendation, we will. And then we'll hold our vote for those. And we'll use our voting clickers because we've got them out. Heather brought them all the way down here to Hilton Head. She put them out underneath everybody's nameplates. I'm outrageously running out of things to say. But that's okay. We're going to take this from dad jokes. No, unfortunately, I don't have to look them up every time. My daughter thinks I'm hilarious, though, and she doesn't know that I'm just reading off the internet.
I'm curious. Go ahead. Tell a couple.
Really?
Yeah, I love that joke. Go for it. I'm down.
Don't worry, it'll be somewhat appropriate-centric. Are you appropriate adjacent? I mean, it's a dad joke, not an uncle joke. You know the difference, right? A dad joke is one you'll tell to your kids. An uncle joke is one you'll tell to somebody else's kids and then run away. So.
Might as well have a moment of entertainment.
Do you know why plain pizzas are the best type of pizzas? Nothing tops them. Yeah, that's where we are. You want to do voting now? That's a great idea. And that is why we have Heather. Because very often she realizes the things that I don't. No. You know why? Because people need the opportunity to be able to write in a vote. I know. We had the same conversation. You got it? I know. I like the clickers too. Okay. You can write in any name you want.
Thank you.
I'll put this in front of Michelle. There we go. All right. We'll give you all a minute to fill those out. It depends on how you want to approach it. I don't want to race anybody. I give you the opportunity to make a measured, thoughtful response. It will.
It will. It's just that he's giving people an opportunity to weigh in if they want to. Then there's an option.
Thank you. We'll just hang on to it. Oh, you already picked them all up? Oh, look at all that. I will as soon as I get the last one. All right, double checking, making sure we took everybody's. All right. For officiousness' sake, I'll hold on to those. Okay. So you all know our next presenter. And if you need the lead-in for me on how this is going to continue our theme of flowing, this is the transition from the EM site lead to NNSA. And you know our next presenter very, very well. Mike.
All right. So with me today is Jeff Allison from NNSA. So direct all your questions down there. And cleverly, we put this text of our names in such light print that you can't really read them from the back of the room. So But it's Jeff and I are working. So a lot of people have worked for almost a year on working this transition plan, putting it together, and we're still working through it. We got a lot of work left to do. Edwin really had the lead for our team, working closely with Jeff and everybody to put this thing together. Edwin should probably be up here presenting instead of me, but he's smart enough to get me nominated to come up here to do this. So go ahead to the next slide. So what are we going to do? I got asked earlier today, hey, what will I do with all my free time once we do the transition? I'm not transferring, but maybe about 7.5% of my workload over to NNSA, right? So just a big picture, our budget today for EM is $1.8 billion. When the transition's done, the budget's going to be $1.6 billion. All right, so the environmental management takes up 97% of my time, or 93.5, I guess, 92.5. That's what I said, 7.5 goes over, 92.5 is left. So I got plenty to do. I'm still having an office out at the site, all that kind of stuff. So what are we doing and why? We worked together, put this plan together in 4 major areas, transferring over to NSA. The first is the main management and operations contract. There's actually 2 management and operations contracts at Savannah Riverside. The other one that we're not transferring runs the national lab, okay? So this is the one that SRS has. They run the site, all the landlord activities on the site. They run all the nuclear work for us, for EM, and they run all of NSA's emissions out there. So in an unusual step, we as feds decided to do what makes sense. And at this point, the NSA has way more work on the M&O contract than we do. They have about 70% of the dollar value of that contract today, and we got the rest. And so it makes sense that whoever has the preponderance of the work runs the contract. Now, if you're going to take over the M&O contract, you get to be the landlord too, because they do all those landlord activities. We'll continue to share the cost of those landlord activities. There's a team that gets together, joint EM and NSA, that makes decisions on how we spend the indirect dollars that go to roads, electricity, water systems, all that kind of stuff. So we'll continue to fund that the way we have in the past, and we'll continue to work. But the chair now will be of that committee, and now will be NNSA, and we'll be a partner on that team that continues to sort that out. So they'll get the M&O contract. Now, the second one I want to talk about that we're going to give them the K area complex, because again, they have the majority of the work in K area. They're putting in 3 new glove boxes in there. We have 1 in there now. They're putting in 3 more, and that's to process the surplus plutonium that we have to get out of the state of South Carolina. They'll staff those 3 glove boxes up. We provide 1 shift on 1 glove box. That's our share of the cost. They provide all the other shifts on all the remaining glove boxes. So because they have the preponderance of work in K area, they get to have all of K area. Now, the vast majority of our security out there is because of K area. And so you get the security contract too, the Proforce contract. So they're going to take that over. We'll shift that over. Now we still have responsibility to pay for a lot of Proforce, they call them posts, the people who are actually stand and watch out there, because we got H, we got L, we got the national lab. So we'll still be paying for our share of the contract, but they'll have all their posts for their facilities. They're going to bring up SRPPF. That'll require new posts. They'll manage the barricades, all that kind of stuff. So they'll become the landlord. And so they'll get those 3. And my favorite, they get the environmental permits and agreements. So they get to sign for those in the future. So even if I mess something up now, they got to explain it. DHEC. It's perfect. No, so we'll work together on that. But as we've discussed here, not all the environmental stuff really goes over there, right? We still own the federal facilities agreement because we own all the stuff required, all the environmental requirements associated with tank farms, for example. All that mission work belongs to us still, and so we'll have to do that. So those are the areas that are moving over there. Did I miss anything, Jeff? Is there anything else on that? Yeah. Any questions on that part? What's going on? Okay, next slide then. So this is the big picture of the plan. We delivered the transition plan, and EM1 and NA1 approved it. Now we're going through, we just held a summit between ourselves and a lot of the NSA folks who will be taking over responsibility for this. NSA's, their organization is different than ours. Because environmental management in each state is a little bit different because we answer to state regulators. So we kind of have a federated organization. Each site kind of controls their budget and the federal regulations and the state regulations. We have to answer all those in our state. But NSA runs national programs, right? So when you're maintaining nuclear weapons, you got facilities all over the country who all come together to maintain the nuclear weapons inventory. So they kind of operate national programs. So that means that a lot of their stuff is that we control on the site. The folks who work for me, they have headquarters elements who get involved in that. Okay, so it's a little bit of transition. So we held a summit, brought those people down or got them on teams so they could all understand how we do the work today, so they can understand that and they can figure out how they're going to take over those assignments in the future. So we just had that summit on October 31st and November 1st. And so we're off and running. So what we have to do now is there were 18 subgroups who put together the plan. Each subgroup has its own plan of action milestones because the plan really just tells us what we got to do. The plan of actions and milestones are detailed plans for how we're going to do it, how we're going to get to the point where on October 1st of next year, we transition those 4 main elements that I talked to you, plus all the other stuff that's got to go over there. So we're working all those. So you see first quarter 25, they'll assume those, and then we'll keep working to make sure there'll be some stuff there's a transition right away. We'll continue to work that and make sure it all gets moved over to NSA. Okay? Some big things. While there's no substantial increase in FTEs with this, there's no increase planned immediately. There may be some increase in NSA in the future, but because their mission's expanded, right? You're going to bring on SRPPF, new big facility, so they may have some increase in the future, but not just due to the transition. Okay. Our current employees are being retained. They all have jobs. 85 positions are going to NSA. Some of those positions are encumbered, so the person in the job will go with the job over there. Some of them are vacancies, so the vacancy will go over there and NSA can fill it as needed once it gets over there. We have to have staffing plans in. We want to submit those in January, so new different org charts for both organizations to say where all the people are lined up, where their positions are going to be, what jobs they're going to have. Vacancies that we have right now, we're working closely with the NSA on whether we fill that or we leave it as a vacancy for them to fill later. And if we're going to fill it, they're on the panel to help select the individual if that's a position that's going to NSA. If we need to, we'll hold a job fair because there may be some people who want to switch jobs and we may have vacancies they line up for. We'll see if we need that. I'm not sure yet whether or not we need to do that, but we'll see. And then comms plan to make sure everybody knows what we're doing. There was the comm plan to roll out, the actual plan that was put out, but then we'll have comm plans to talk to all the employees about the transition and how it's going to go. But we got to get those staffing plans have to be finalized first. They'll get submitted in January. It'll take a couple months for them to get approved by headquarters, and then we can move out on moving. So everybody be in the right position by October 1st of next year. Next. So we got a steering committee. It's finalizing the transition approach. And as I said, all the POA&Ms being developed for each of the individual groups, especially now that we've had that summit, we can finalize all them. the workforce plans we talked about, and the comm strategy. I think it's on my slides, isn't it? So if you've got any questions for Jeff, fire away.
Okay. Sade?
Hello, Jeff. Sade Shofadia, CAB. I'm curious about your recruitment plan for the Savannah River site. Is it going to be the same initiatives that the Department of Energy has, or do you have like any new innovative ideas for recruitment?
So, Jeff Allison at NSA. I assume you mean relative to the transition, right? Or are you talking about more generally?
Generally.
Okay. Well, in the near term, the only real positions that we're going to increase by are the ones that are coming from Mike Budney's organization, or on the federal side. Now, the contractors, because we're doing this large SRPPF to build its surplus Savannah River plutonium pit facility or processing facility. This facility is going to require a lot of employees. So like over the next 12 to 18 months, we're looking at going up by about 2,000 to 3,000 people, engineers as well as construction craft. And in some cases for the construction craft, we've been working with the local labor unions, the craft halls, to provide us with trained workforce. Some of those employees are currently finishing up over at Plant Vogel in Georgia, the two nuke plants that they build over there. So it's a good time for them to transition to the Savannah River site to help us build the Savannah River plutonium processing facility. And engineers, we've been working with a number of colleges and universities across the area, primarily South Carolina, Georgia, and North Carolina, because most of the time people you're going to hire are going to be people in this area. We're also looking at other areas too for certain skill sets. And our M&O has been very, they've done, I'd say, a very good job in partnering with these universities to make sure, like for example, if a university has a nuclear engineering program, and we know we're going to need some nuclear engineers, they've been in there, they've been doing job fairs, they've been meeting with professors in that discipline to make sure that they know that we're going to have a need in this time frame. So that's they can direct their employees or their students to our site. So there's been a lot of work going all the way back to say 2019, trying to establish a pipeline. But there's not, so there won't be one source that'll provide that, but there will be many operators. We've been working with the local technical colleges in Aiken Tech, Augusta Tech, Midland Tech, different technical colleges, to make sure they have people that will have the requisite skills and abilities to provide, to come to the site. And then of course we'll give them the job-specific training on the various unit operations that are in the facility. Did that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome.
Okay. Greg.
Thanks, Mike. Greg Murray, CAB. Thanks, Mike, for your presentation. Thank you, Jeff, for being here. We appreciate having an NSA person coming and seeing us, given the transition that's taken place. One of the things that I in particular have been concerned about is a lack of transparency and things that the CAB at one point had vision on will go behind some sort of curtain of secrecy or veil of secrecy once it moves over to NNSA. So I think Mike's point, or what he talked about in terms of the major functions, moving to you guys is, for instance, the permitting and the agreements. How are you making plans to make sure that we have the information, the CAB has the information it needs to do its business regarding permitting agreements and not lose any vision into those that we have now?
That's a very good question. And in a couple of ways. For one, the folks on Mike's staff that are currently working those programs, as well as the contractors, those folks are going to continue over. And we're gonna make those folks available to you guys in your subcommittees and in your CAB meetings to to brief you, keep you posted. And my commitment is, to kind of open up a little bit what we do, although we won't be, part of your process from the standpoint of recommendations. We will give you periodic updates on what's going on in the national security area. So you get a whole, because it is a growing area, like Mike said, we're putting in place two major projects that will ultimately result in us either dispositioning the surplus plutonium, 34 metric tons, and also doing up to 50 pits per year at the site, plutonium pits, which are part of our nuclear weapons, in addition to the tritium mission that we've been doing since the 1950s. So we can give you an unclassified briefing on that, just so that you keep maintaining some visibility on the total picture of what goes on at the site.
And in terms of the environmental permits and everything, Greg, like we talked about earlier today, the ACER is a site requirement. It's not an NSA requirement. It's not an EM requirement. It's a DOE requirement. So the ACER report will still come out. We'll still brief you on it, and it'll still drive our behavior on the site to make sure that we don't end up anything in that report that we don't want to be reading about. So, and so all facilities I operate, we're committed that we can't insult the environment. So I think all those things will still have great visibility.
Well, I was just thinking in terms of sort of, for instance, the notice of violations. If for some reason y'all wanted to keep that covered up, it would be easy to do as an NSA
I don't think
function.
Susan would allow that.
I would imagine that our colleagues in DHEC and EPA would make sure you were well aware of that.
Greg, I know that there may have been stuff, decades ago where people did that kind of stuff. You can't get away, and we all know you can't get away with that kind of stuff these days. Somebody's got a cell phone.
Well,
So we're open. If we mess it up, it'll be public information, and we'll figure out how to fix it. So.
Okay. Thank you. So what? Speaking of DHEC, what have you planned to maintain your communications as open and free with them as we have now with EM regarding these issues?
Well, I can give you an example of that. Currently, for the Savannah River Plutonium Processing Facility, we need, construction permits, and we already have a cooperative agreement with DHEC, so they can work with us and get us the permits that we need. And so there's ongoing information exchange. We have the same thing with our surplus plutonium disposition. Earlier this week, pretty sure, it was this week, we had some folks come out from DHEC and do a surprise inspection of our facilities in tritium. So we have relationships ongoing with regulators. We are part of the Savannah River site, and right now Mike owns those programs. In a couple of years, we and NSA will own those programs. So we already operate under. Obviously some things need to be maintained secret because we have adversaries out there that would love to know what we do and how we do it. But things like environmental requirements, what goes up the stack, we report our emissions through the site environmental process. All that stuff is already reported.
Yeah, and since I've been here, DHEC has moved all that stuff to an electronic database. So, the notices now don't come by paper like they did when I first got here. They're all coming by email. And I couldn't even tell you who are all the people who get the email notification when I get it. Numerous folks on the site get those notifications. So that now has great visibility because everybody can see those requirements coming in at one time.
Okay. Are there things that are currently unclassified because they're under EM that are going to become classified once they go to NNSA?
Absolutely not. We have requirements for what can be classified and what needs to be maintained open. We always try to shoot for how much information can we keep on the unclassified side. We don't needlessly classify things that can remain unclassified. And we do environmental impact statements, environmental assessments. We've got one going on right now. So we do participate in the same kind of environmental processes that the EM folks are involved in too, engaged in.
Okay. Are some of the DHEC people going to have security clearances now?
They already do.
They already do. Same level security clearance and such?
Yeah, they have security clearances, but again, whether you have a top secret clearance or you have no clearance, it's all based on a need to know.
Right. Well, maybe NNSA doesn't do this, but having used to work in the intelligence community, people vastly overclassify stuff. So the idea that stuff will stay underclassified is not in line with my experience in this. I guess I'll leave it at that. Thanks for coming and seeing us. I hope you will come back and see us, or one of your representatives will come back and see us a lot. Tell us how things are going.
Any other questions or comments around the table? Seeing none. Thank you, Mike.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Howson. Okay. We got a little board business to take care of before we do anything. Amy and Juanita are going to step out. They're going to go count those ballots that you've already cast while they're doing that, so that we're not all just sitting around twiddling our thumbs, because we've done that before and it's really awkward. Heather's going to pull up the draft recommendation, and we're going to see if there's anything that we need to talk about first before we move into voting for it. Hey, there it is. So are there any questions, comments, concerns about this? I want to open up the floor one more time and give you the opportunity to express any ideas or any thoughts that you may have about it. Oh, you want to do public comments? Yeah, I guess we should. We really should. Are there any public comments? Okay. Are there any questions, comments, concerns about the draft behind me? Does everybody know how they want to vote, or anybody want to make a statement before we do anything? Okay. Do we have a motion for this? So,
second.
Do we have a second? Well, we got a motion and a second. That was fast. Okay. Heather probably needs about half a heartbeat or two in order to get the voting up. And she's going to let us know when it's open. We'll collect her vote afterwards. I would be surprised if this passes by or it fails by one vote. If it's that close, we will do it again. But I have a feeling that this will not be a close one by any stretch of the imagination. Usually contested ones get some sort of opinion from a couple different folks. All right, is our voting open? All right, you may vote. 1 for yay, 2 for nay, 3 for abstain. And if you would, just press it 2 or 3 times for me just to make sure that your vote gets counted. It won't count it more than one time. Is your battery dead? Let me start with yours.
I'm not saying anything.
Because it's okay once you voted, right?
Yep. It should just.
I'm voting.
Okay. Do we have any others? Okay. We've got a couple that may be dead. Here, let me take that one so that there's not an extra in the field. What about Charles? Charles and John. I know. Let me give Charles. No, the one on the left is the count. So only 9 have counted.
Supposed to have something?
Yours isn't working? I only needed it back if they weren't working. They all worked before lunch, I promise. We checked them. 12, just a few more. I don't know. Does anybody else still having problems? The 10 is a countdown if you want to add to it to give time. Some people use this for like quizzes and things like that. We should have like 5 more. Yeah, it should say okay if you've done it. Anybody else having troubles?
I am. It doesn't say anything.
Sade. And then that's it? That's all it should do.
Nothing pops up for me after. Thank you.
Well, we're at 15. We should have 18.
So what should it say? Just the number that I pressed?
So we're missing 3.
Did you click something? Okay. Thank you.
That's a timer.
I don't know if people don't know if there's a
It was supposed to say okay, it never says
Oh, well, if
okay.
it has a number, then it should be.
The number shows up.
Okay. I'm not sure count. I don't know. It didn't count.
Okay.
I don't know.
Where's the thing? The secret thing? Oh, it's on. Is it over there? Yeah.
And that's it? Okay. We just might have to scrap it. It's just not counting them. The last 3 for whatever reason. Do a hand vote.
I've been doing chilling, sleeping.
Yeah, we can't get the last 3 to click. I mean, that would deny people the ability to, yeah. Okay, I'll tell you. I'm sorry? Okay. All right, folks, since we can't get these last 3 to click, I'd like to we'll do a hand vote. The yay, nay, abstains as we go around. Is everybody okay with that? No one has any qualms? Okay. All in favor of affirming this recommendation, please raise your hands. All opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. 2. Okay. The motion passes. Frustratingly slowly, but done. It is done. Okay. I promise they all worked before lunch. You were here. Okay. All right. So do we have an announcement for chair for the election?
We do have an announcement for our new chair and vice chair for next year. The new chair of the board is Phyllis Britt. Congratulations. And the new vice chair is Candace Cave. Congratulations.
Thank you. So you get one more meeting to watch them in action, to keep up with how they're doing. And then you'll take over in March. Or actually in February, but March will be your first full board. Congratulations. Before we take off and before we talk about recess, we still have another item of business that we need to take care of. Mike?
Hey, I want to thank Narendra. Today is his last meeting on the CAB as he transitions off. He'll be on travel during the next CAB meeting, so this is it today. So we want to thank you for your service for all these years. I mean, you've been here since before I got here. I won't recognize what the CAB is if you're not here asking those tough questions. You can email us some questions if you want. Yeah. Thanks again.
All right. So before we started yesterday, or when we started, I asked you to write a goal at the top of your agenda, something that you knew that we needed to address. I want to ask you now to take a few moments and on your little notepads from the hotel, just write down whether or not we reached it. Did we get there? And if anybody feels like sharing, I'd love to hear your feedback now from the whole group. You don't have to, but if you would, please write it down and pass them over to me. Maybe hand it over before you leave. I'd just like to get a sense of where we are. Are we meeting our intentions? Are you getting what you need from your time on this board? I'd like to know. John, yeah, please. Microphone, yeah.
Microphone?
Yeah, just so everybody can hear you.
Yeah, so I said I want to know more about protecting the facility and the site. And gee, we started off with forestry, we had an environmental report, we had PFAS and DHEC. So it hit everything. I mean, it really
awesome.
Covered what I was interested in. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else want to share? You don't have to. No, Kim.
Kim Raycap. My answer was no, because I've been asking for a cybersecurity brief since that last government hack of WIP and a lot of other governmental organizations, and I'm still waiting.
Yeah, we can do that. We can get that. Yep. I'll be glad to put my folks who do cyber for me on up here to explain themselves. That'd be great.
That'd be a good one for Carlos's.
LTMB and then
Yeah.
and we might be able to turn that around for January too. Okay. Juanita.
Hey, Juanita Campbell-Cap. My comments were, I mean, yes, because as sort of the new kid on the block, I had a lot of questions, much like John, about what goes on over there. So I feel like slowly but surely I'm getting answers, and I'm actually getting more information than I asked for, in a good way, before you make that face. I saw it coming.
Well, there was the moment,
Yeah, no. I mean, it
appreciate
is.
it.
But that's because I'm also someone from the outside looking in, and that's kind of what CAB is all about.
It is.
So, yeah.
Thank you. Any other thoughts before I hand it over to Greg? Yes, ma'am, please.
So Shelley Stansel with DNR. This is my first meeting with you guys, and I just want to thank you all for making me feel welcome. And I learned so much about SRS and this the site and how this committee works. So I appreciate that. I just want to say thank you.
Thank you. Charles.
Charles Hilton, CAB. CAB's about recommendations of what we as citizens see for DOE. It was very important for me. I appreciate Jim Gill working on the H Canyon recommendation, and there was a favorable response to this recommendation. So it was really important to me to see that recommendation go out, and thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. Greg, sir. I am.
All right, folks. Thank you for an excellent meeting. I agree with Charles in his commendation of Jim and the recommendation that was worked on so hard. Thank you, subject matter experts, agency folks, for being here. I look forward to seeing y'all in January. Thank you in particular to CAB members and volunteering your time. Thank you for all that you do for your communities, and thank you for all you do for the CAB. I hope to see you all in the December subcommittee meetings, and then again in January, and otherwise, we're convened.
Thank you.
What are we doing? We're not convened.
Adjourned.
We're
the inverse of convening.